Hey dreamers, welcome to this safe haven for restful sleep, where we create your sleep stories together. I'm Dan Jones, and I invite you to join me on this calming journey into Slumberland. And if you haven't already and you feel more comfortable doing so, as we begin to relax, you can close your eyes, settle down comfortably, put aside any worries from the day, and lazily exhale. And have a sense of gazing at the evening sky, perhaps 40 minutes after the sunset. Noticing the landscape around you bathed in shadows, the glint of golden light peeking from a point just over the horizon, the shades of blue darkening in the sky, and perhaps for a moment you can notice a rare sight. When the light from behind the horizon refracts in the atmosphere to create a moment of indigo. And perhaps you can imagine that indigo light carrying with it the magic of sleep as it travels into your eyes and begins to wash over and through you. Bringing peace and calm to your body and mind with each breath that you take. As I softly count down from 10 to 1 before we relax into the story. And I'm sure that you have a good reason for wanting to have a good night's sleep. And you've probably had times in the past where having a good night's sleep would have helped. 10. And your mind can find its own way to relax in the magic of sleep. 9. And as your mind relaxes, so too can your body. Perhaps letting relaxation happen from the head down or the feet up, whatever feels more natural for you. 8. And while listening to this, it's okay to let that deeper part of yourself take over, the automatic process of falling asleep. 7. And while it does, you can say to yourself, when I settle down to sleep, I'll ignore distractions and I'll have a healthy night's sleep. 6. Saying again to yourself, when I settle down to sleep, I'll ignore distractions and I'll have a healthy night's sleep. 5 deeper and deeper relaxed asleep. And when listening to this story, You don't have to do anything. You can listen along for a while or just drift straight to sleep. Whatever's most comfortable for you. Four. And as the process of sleep is an unconscious one, you can't consciously make yourself sleep. It's something you have to just let go of and allow to happen all by itself. Three. And sleep begins by closing the eyes and becoming very still and relaxed. Two. And gradually you can experience a gentle shift in consciousness as your brain slows down and you start to instinctively and automatically fall deeper and deeper asleep, just like toppling the first domino, and the rest takes care of itself. One. Now, as this bedtime story begins, over the next few minutes you can listen to as much or as little of the story as you like, as you drift asleep whenever feels right for you. An elderly lady is sat at home with her red slippers on, in the most comfortable chair in front of the fireplace. And beside her she has a warm cup of tea. And she picks up a postcard which has arrived that morning. And she dunks a biscuit in the tea, has a bite of that biscuit, picks up that postcard, dunks the second half of the biscuit in the tea, finishes off that biscuit, and then gently sits back into the chair, listening to the crackling fire in the fireplace, the gentle, distant hum of the wind outside, and the silence of the room, while she starts to read. And as she reads the back of this postcard, she learns that it's about the adventures of one of her friends who went travelling many years ago and has been nomadic, travelling from country to country, going in search of mysteries, the magical and the mysterious. And she really enjoys receiving these postcards and sitting down and taking time to read the latest adventures since the last card arrived. And on the front of the card is just a smiling hippopotamus in a river. And that smiling hippopotamus on the card has some googly eyes stuck onto it, and some balloons, as if the balloons are trying to lift the hippopotamus from the water. And so she starts to read that card. And as she reads, she almost finds herself drifting into her mind, like the story on the postcard plays out in her mind, as if she's actually there, following the adventures of her friend. And the card describes how the friend was travelling on a train across an unknown country, and she was unsure of this environment. She knew where the train started. She knew where the final stop for the train is supposed to be. But the train had passed through a tunnel in a vast mountain. And as it passed through that tunnel, everything went dark. And all the passengers were aware of was the clickety-clack of the train on the track, the sound of the wind thundering past the windows, the rocking of the train as it travelled, the very faint light off in the distance of the end of the tunnel. But when it came out the other side, the landscape was very different to what was expected. The train driver even announced that something strange seems to have happened. But the track is still there, so they continue travelling, with the idea that they'll stop at the next station. And at the next station, they pull in, and it was a quaint station. The platform was just wooden beams on the ground. The sun was shining overhead, so comfortably and warm. There were sounds of birds and other animals reverberating through the woodland around the station. But none of it sounded familiar. And the passengers disembarked, trundling up and down the boards of the train station. And there was no one here on this train station. It was completely closed. There was no staff, no other passengers, no one looking to board the train. And heading away from this train station was just a dirt track. And one of the passengers had got out their mobile phone. Had tried to make a phone call. Then they tried to hold the phone up in the air, even standing on tiptoes and stretching their arm up as high as they could, as if that would make a difference. And then there was the murmur of conversations, of people asking each other whether anyone could get phone signal, and everyone saying their phones weren't working. And the driver recommended everyone just sits down at the station while they work out where they are and find a way to communicate with others, or perhaps they'll have to continue along the track and see where it takes them. And at worst, travel back the way they came. It would be much slower because unless there's a siding, they'd have to reverse the train back along the track. But they are the only train expected on the track until the next day. And so this woman decided to go for a little walk. She said she's just going to stretch her legs, get some fresh air, as nobody's going anywhere. And so she wandered away from the station, following that dirt track. And as she walked along that dirt track, weaving gently into the woodland, hearing the rustling trees, the crunching of each step on the undergrowth, the sounds of birds singing, she felt a deep sense of peace and calm. And she found herself just gazing around. And while she gazed around, following this path through the woodland, she thought she caught the sight of some colour in the distance. But this colour in the distance didn't seem like a typical woodland colour. It was bright red, and it was bobbing gently up and down, and occasionally catching a bit of sunlight. And as she continued towards that bobbing up and down colour, she recognised that it was a balloon, and then getting closer, saw that it was a massive collection of balloons being held with red string. And at the foot of the string was a small porcupine, standing up on its back legs with a little money pouch around its waist. And it offered her a balloon. Taking one of those balloons, holding it out before her, and it was talking in an unusual, posh British accent, which took her by surprise. But it had the friendliest of smiles, and it was very charming. And the string between the balloon and the porcupine was very long, giving plenty of distance to make sure none of the balloons came too close. And she asked the porcupine where they are and what they're doing, and they said they're here selling balloons. And she asked where here is, and they explained that this is nowhere in particular, just somewhere to be. It's somewhere that occasionally people go for a change of perspective, and you'll find your way back when the time is right. But now the right time is to explore but it'd be great if you took a balloon with you. And so the woman handed over a coin for a balloon, was given a red balloon, and continued walking that path, deeper into the woodland. Enjoying the sight of the beams of light dancing before her as the leaves rustled overhead. And within those beams of light were tiny dancing stars, shimmering and sparkling. And she wound that balloon down a little bit closer to her hand to stop it catching on any trees as she passed. And she crunched her way through the undergrowth. Until in the distance, she saw a small cabin, and with curiosity felt perhaps someone will be there. Maybe they'll have a telephone. Maybe they can be more help than the porcupine. And so she walked towards that cabin. And she was still not too far from the train. She knew that if the train started, she would hear it. But she obviously hoped that they had no plans on moving just yet. And she went to that cabin, knocked gently on the door of the cabin. A bolt clicked and the door opened slowly. And she put her biggest smile on and said that her and a number of other passengers and the crew of a train have stopped at the nearby station, but they don't know where here is. They don't know where they're going from here, and whether the only way back is to reverse the train the way they came. And the shadowy figure that answered the door stepped out of the shadows and into the light. And as they did, she noticed they were a hippo with such smooth skin and a massive grin and wide eyes, almost looking surprised. And with the most cheerful voice, they invited her in. And so she made sure the balloon was tied up outside and followed that hippo into their cabin. And the hippo said that they think they know a way of helping, but the way to help is to go through to their library out the back. And so they walked through the cabin, past a gently crackling fire, past the coziest looking chairs, across some creaky floorboards, over some dusty rugs, and through a door at the back of the room, which opened out into what seemed almost like a vast chamber of books. And the hippo walked into this room, scoured the shelves of books. And some of the books were humming, some of the books were tinkling, some of the books gave a low rumble. Some books seemed to have different light emanating from them, and others looked like they were surrounded in stardust, twinkling and fizzing around the spine of the book. And he went over to one of the books with stardust sparkling around it. He took it from the shelf, took it over to a table where he had some cushions placed for holding books, and he rested that book down, carefully opened it up, and very slowly and deliberately turned his way through those pages, mumbling to himself, as if reading the unreadable font on those pages. And then he made a noise, like he'd found what he was looking for. Turned over a number of pages at once to get to a specific page. And tucked within that page was a map, and he took that map and put it aside. And then he read that page in a language the woman couldn't understand. And then turned to the woman and said that the way to get back is to go forward. You'll need to travel deeper through the woods, on to the river, and then beyond. And as you travel, so you'll encounter some characters on the way who can help. But that's the way to find your way back out of here. He explained how what happens here is that around the mountains is a giant zone which crosses dimensions. And so sometimes the dimensions merge as they very slowly rotate. But the whole time they're rotating, nothing happens, because they can only be in one position or another. They can't be between positions. And so they rotate and there's no change. And then suddenly they align. And then they rotate again and there's no change. But you can make them align so that you'll be back on the right track. But you need to go on this journey to do that. You need to go on a journey to the glass mountain. And the hippo handed the woman the map, said this is an atlas of the land. You'll need to follow this. The path to take will light up on the paper of the map. And she looked at the parchment and she saw an oily looking light pulsing to life. He then went to a drawer and opened that drawer. And he pushed his hands through the drawer, moving things around, almost leaning entirely into the drawer as if searching for something specific. Nearly falling into the drawer with how far he was leaning. Then he pulled out a ball of string, just a very, very small ball of string, and he said, "Take that with you and use that ball of string as you journey. Tie it to somewhere near the beginning of your journey and let it just unravel as you walk. And then you can follow that string back the way you came." But the woman felt the string wouldn't be long enough. And he explained it's a magical ball of string. It may look short, but it's unending. It'll unravel as long as you want it to unravel. And so the woman thanked the hippo, headed back towards that train, shared her learning with those back by the train, and some were skeptical, but there was enough consensus with the idea of her going searching for a solution to get home. And so she tied the string to one of the train carriages and began to walk. And she opened out that parchment. She began to follow the path on the map, initially walking back just the way she'd come, back through that woodland. But she walked straight past the hippo's house and continued walking, seeing that there's a river on the map and that the path heads straight to the river. And as she walked, she could see the leaves and the different shades of green, and how some of those leaves appeared waxy, and the different types of bark on the trees, occasionally just reaching out and touching that bark with her fingertips, feeling the rough bark of some of the thicker trees, the flaky bark of other trees. And some trees seem to have the outside with streams of sap running down them that would catch on her fingertips, making her fingertips sticky. And the more she rubbed her fingertips together, the stickier and stickier they became. And so she was walking along now with one hand, her fingertips spread, not touching anything with that hand, looking forward to getting to the river, to be able to wash off her fingertips. And she could hear the distant sound of the flowing water of that river. And she could see that this woodland was opening out into a clearing, like a beautiful meadow of wildflowers, tall grass, butterflies and bees, and unknown insects lights darting from plant to plant. Almost like the perfect picture for a postcard. And so she headed through this meadow, could hear the rustling grass as the wind gently blew through this meadow, could feel the warmth of that sun on her face, and began to smell the freshness of the water while approaching that river. And at the river she crouched down and washed off her fingers. And after washing off her fingers and looking back at the map, she was aware that she had to follow this river for a little way and there'd be a bridge to cross to the other side. And so she walked along the side of this river, seeing fish seemingly swimming on the spot in the water against the current. The bubbling of some of the water around occasional rocks jutting out of that water. The fresh smell of this water, the occasional slight bit of spray managing to tickle her cheeks. And while walking along the side of the river, she could see the stone bridge in the distance. Just a quaint little stone bridge. And so she walked down to that bridge. And crossing that bridge as she arrived at it was an alpaca with a backpack on its back. And it greeted her. Afternoon. And just carried on its journey, walking on its back 2 legs, using its front 2 legs hooked within the straps of the backpack, as if holding that backpack on its back, with its neck towering above that backpack, and almost waving like the grass with each step that it took. And she found while walking up onto the bridge, her eyes continued to follow that alpaca as it was in its own world, walking off, away from the bridge. As if it's just the most normal sight in the world. And halfway across the bridge, she turned her eyes back to where she was going, continued crossing that bridge, following the path down the other side. And as she followed that path, eventually she saw some more animals, a little family of otters just pottering about in the grass by the river. And one of the otters jumps into the water, swimming on its back, twisting itself in the water and diving down, popping back up again to the surface, splashing around, with something it had caught, heading back to the shore. And then another otter, seemed to be waving its limbs around. And as it was, so a ball of light seemed to be forming between its limbs, fizzing, popping, condensing, crackling, and sparkling. And then what looked almost like lightning or electricity pulsing from that ball of light, and then stretching its limbs out, so that ball of light turned into a stream of light and cooked whatever had just been caught. And then they sat down and were eating that food. And then one of the otters asked for something, and that same otter gave a gesture and seemed to almost make something levitate and move over to them. And the woman continued walking past these otters, following the path as laid out on that map, still holding that ball of string which is unwinding gently behind them, catching on different things during the journey. Continuing on until the path turns off from the river and heads into the woodland on this side of the river. And she walks deeper and deeper into the woodland on this side of the river. The sound of the river fading into the background, continuing to follow that path on the map. And as she follows the path on the map, so this path starts to become more rugged. She finds she's having to step over things and work around things and realize that this is the ruins of perhaps an old town that she's now passing through, that's been overgrown by the woodland. And she continues following this path through these ruins, slowed down with her walking because of the ruins. And then finds herself at a wall covered in ivy, overgrown with roots, with trees almost growing out of the wall, around the wall, and yet this wall blocking the path is still managing to stand despite all this growth surrounding it. And she puts her hand on the ivy and pushes around on that ivy to see if the wall is solid all the way along in front of her, as there is a path going right to this point, and it shows the path continuing here. And she notices there's a slight indentation in front of her. It seems the ivy has grown over a doorway. And so she rips that ivy away from in front of her, revealing a sturdy wooden door that seems to have not rotted. and she pushes on that door. And surprisingly, the door opens, and she was expecting the other side would probably be as covered in ivy and entwined as this side. And she was expecting to have to push hard. But as she pushed, it just opened reasonably easily. But as she saw what was the other side of the door, she was surprised to see it wasn't woodland. It was a vast, open landscape of undulating hills, of dense meadows, wildflowers, large birds flying in the sky, and an orange dinosaur wearing ruby red slippers and a glittery scarf, munching on the grass, which looked up in surprise at the sight of this woman suddenly appearing there through the door. And a parrot wearing a bow tie, dressed in a penguin suit, and the smartest of shoes, landed beside her and asked her who she was and where she came from. And she explained her predicament. And they said that she had startled them by suddenly appearing here. They haven't seen anyone come through that door for a very, very long time. They're always watching out for people, seeing if anyone will appear. But it's been generations since that door has been used. And she explained about her map, and that the path leads right through here to something called the Glass Mountains. And they said she's definitely on the right track. But perhaps to get there, she could do with a change of clothes. And so she was directed to head through the meadow. And she saw that through the meadow, over the undulating hills, they end at a cliff. And she was told that at the end, where the cliff is the ocean. And she should head to that ocean. And at the ocean, she'll find her way to be able to get a change of clothes to help her on her journey. And so she heads away from that parrot and the dinosaur, which is back munching the grass again. And as she walks away, so the earth vibrates with the steps of the dinosaur. And that string continues to follow her as she pulls it across the meadow, heads over those hills, and weaves her way down to the ocean. And down at the ocean, she can see there's a drop from the cliff to the sea. And she looks around for a way down. And and she wonders about the strength of that ball of string. And near the edge of the cliff, there's a large tree. It looks like it's been there, almost for an eternity. And this tree seems unusual. The leaves seem to be vibrating and pulsing with colour. Pulsing out beams of white light, illuminating the landscape and out to sea, almost as if nature has devised its own lighthouse. And she wraps that thread around the tree. She loops it around itself and then trusts that magical string and heads to the edge. And she pulls a number of times on the string to test its strength. She then weaves that string around herself, between her legs, and round to her hands. And then slowly, with one hand in front of her, holding the string carefully, and the other hand holding the bundle of string behind her, she lowers herself back over the edge of the cliff, her legs braced, knees slightly bent, keeping that pose while she lets the string lower bit by bit until she's side on to the cliff, and then carefully releases the string as she walks down the side of the cliff. The sound of the ocean below increasing in volume the closer she gets. And she walks down the side of the cliff to the bottom of the cliff, unwraps that string, leaves it where it is, looks around, trying to figure out what she's supposed to find down here. And as she looks around, she sees what looks like a humpback whale breach out of the ocean, flip in the air, and splash down into the water in a cloud of spray, rainbows forming in the sunlight as the water disperses. And then it swims over nearer to the shore. And near the shore, it pokes its head out the water, and it begins to talk to the woman, and she explains why she's here and what she's doing, and that she's been told to come here to know where to go next, to be able to get some clothing that'll help her on her journey. And the sperm whale flicks out what look like playing cards to the woman. They land on the shore. And he tells her to take the cards out the pack, shuffle them up, and then place some cards before you. And she opens the pack and notices that each playing card is made with a plankton. And she takes those plankton playing cards, shuffles them up, deals out before her 4 cards. And she turns those cards over one by one. And each card has an image on it. The first card has a woman in sparkling white, surrounded by jagged mountains, crafting a sculpture of a dolphin leaping from the sea. The second card has a bush full of berries and some small birds among the inside of that bush, picking at those berries. The third card is a moose carrying a flag. And the fourth card is a sloth hanging from a tree. And she looks back up at the whale, saying she doesn't understand. And the whale begins to explain that the cards make a journey of their own for you to find what you're looking for. You need to find someone who's able to craft something. And they'll pick all the right pieces to make it just right. And you'll be able to hold that up and look at it and know that it's the item for you. And then you'll drift into a dream that'll help you to unlock something deeper than you're aware of. And with that, she folds those cards back together. And with her best throw, she throws the cards back out to the whale, which leaps from the water, catching the cards, and then disappears in a puff of spray. And as that salty scent fades, as the spray dissipates, so she heads back to the rope, wraps that string back around her, and ascends back up the cliff. Not really sure whether that was any help at all. And at the top of the cliff, after unwinding her string from that tree, she notices something glinting in the distance. And realizes perhaps that glinting is what she should head towards next. It's on her path, and so she heads back onto her path. And as she heads towards that glinting, so she realizes it's the spire of what looks like a church in the middle of a town. And she gets nearer and nearer to that town and can hear the mumbling of voices. And sees the hustle and bustle of this town. And there are so many places in this town. She can see homes and different businesses and taverns. But everyone walking around are all just mice. As if this whole town is just a town of mice. Each mouse wearing a waistcoat, carrying a pocket watch, and each mouse wearing a unique hat. And each one wearing odd shoes, where the left shoe is different to the right, and she wonders whether that's right. And she walks through this town trying to think where to go. And then she notices what was catching that glinting light. On top of the church-like structure is some kind of a sculpture of a dolphin leaping from water. And she heads towards that building, heads into the building, and inside this building she encounters a cardinal dressed in purple, in the most incredible purple robes that were flowing and moving, and with every step he took, it would wave and open and just drape down behind him, as if every movement gave that cape the most incredible flourish. And as he saw her, he said he knows why she's there, and that he can create the outfit she needs. And he asks her to take a seat as he begins to work on crafting that outfit. And he goes to different drawers, seeks different materials, different elements, finding the right buttons, finding the right ribbons. And while piecing together an outfit, occasionally looks back at her as if to size her up. At no point does he seem to feel the need to measure. He just knows from glancing. And while she sits and waits, the atmosphere in here is so calming and so peaceful. The way the light streams in delicately through the stained glass windows, almost hypnotically, making her want to drift and dream and float inside her mind. And as the sun continues passing across the sky, and the light through the stained glass windows passes across her face, so she feels like it's the delicate touch of moonlight tickling her cheeks, her forehead, her eyelids, almost like the moonlight is dancing gently on the tips of her eyelids, making them want to close, as she listens to the rhythmic sound of that cardinal crafting that item of clothing in the background, and her eyes begin to close, and she relaxes deeper and deeper into her mind, almost like she's wrapped in the most comfortable, heavy blanket of peace and calm, listening to the gentle drone of that cardinal working on that item of clothing. And her mind wanders, and she finds as her mind wanders that the voice in her mind quietens down, and while it quietens down, she feels herself lifting so gently out of her body, and then her awareness spreading out, as if touching and connecting with everything in this land, aware of the creatures in this town, of all the animals beyond, rising up all the way to the attic in this church, connecting even with the bats in the attic and their deep slumber, before she hears a slight movement and instinctively knows it's time to pass back to her body. And she opens her eyes and sees the cardinal standing smiling, holding that item of clothing. And he explains this clothing is incredibly warm when it wants to be. It detects the heat outside and modulates the temperature on the inside, and so if it gets hot outside, it cools down. If it gets cold outside, it warms up. And so it can change its temperature to keep you comfortable on your journey for when you climb the glass mountains. And she places that item of clothing on, ties it up gently round her waist. She says goodbye here and sets off, continuing to follow that path. And she feels like she's travelling for so long, often finding her mind wandering while she goes. And as she walks, so she finds that there's a small creature walking along with a mule. And this small creature is like a young fox, and it's leading that mule along. and it turns to the woman and says, "You wouldn't happen to have a need for a mule, would you? I've got this one going spare. I've been walking with it for ages, but I haven't met anyone who needs it, and I want to go home without it." And the woman thinks a mule might help, and so takes the mule off the fox's hands and finds the journey easier riding on the mule, and then sees the most incredible sight before her. The moonlight and the stars now overhead, gently illuminating what look almost like see-through mountains. They have snow on them, but they're also see-through. And there seems to be a slight electric blue glow from in the mountains. And as she approaches those mountains, so she knows she's approaching her destination to be able to hopefully make it so that they can all get home on their train journey, or at least go on to the next proper destination. And at the foot of the mountain, she climbs on her own, that string still following her up the mountain, trundling up through the snow, weaving and walking, being aware that as the snow clears with some of the steps, she can see that electric blue glow within the mountain. And she continues to follow the path as it's laid out on the parchment, trusting that's the route she has to take. Eventually making her way high up the mountains, where she sees a cave into a mountain, and this cave is like a glass entrance, and she walks into that glass entrance and finds, once she's in a little way, beyond where the snow can reach, she's walking on glass. She can see the electric blue just illuminating the inside of this mountain, and she's so high up she can't see through that electric blue to see the base of this mountain. But she follows this path, and weaves around the different tunnels deeper and deeper into the mountain. The wind sound that was there to start with as she entered now begins to fade away once she's rounded a number of corners. And then she notices, as she continues to walk, that there's a stronger light blue glowing ahead, and she heads round to that glowing. And as she finds her way to that glowing, it opens out into a chamber, and in the centre of this chamber is an electric blue, sparkling fairy. And this delicate fairy, with the most delicate looking, almost glass-like wings, is hovering before her. And she explains to the fairy her predicament and explains about the train and the journey she's been on. And the fairy says that the way to set the realms back in line so that your realm is the one you find when you get back there. You need to charge the spark. And she asks what the spark is, and she says the spark is this device here in this mountain. And she directs the woman to the spark. She says you need to charge the spark. And by charging the spark, it'll accelerate its rotation. And you'll have to get back to the train quite quick. But it'll accelerate the rotation. And it will make the realms shift, and you'll be able to find that train back on the correct tracks. But the woman asks, how do you power this spark? And the fairy says that it's about the parchment she's been carrying all this time. The parchment's made from a special tree, a tree that has such dense wood that it contains a lot of energy. It just needs to be rolled up and fed gently into the spark. And that'll be why you were told to use that thread so that you can find your way back without the need for the map. And she gets told that on your way back, you can skip a chunk of the journey if you just follow the yellow brick road. And she asks what the yellow brick road is. And the fairy says the yellow brick road goes deep down under the mountain. And it takes you straight back to that doorway in those ruins, taking you all the way back to that woodland. And then you just have to follow the string from that point. And she says she'll show where the yellow brick road is once the spark is recharged. And so the woman recharges that spark. And it whirs and crackles and pulses, and the entire mountain gets brighter and brighter, and electricity sparks and arcs and jumps from the spark out to the sides of the glass mountains, and seems to almost walk down the sides of the mountains. And then once it seems to be doing so all on its own, the fairy directs the woman through this mountain to a chute and says the yellow brick road is here, and opens that chute. And the chute is long and yellow. And the fairy says, you should just step in, you'll be fine. And the woman trusts the fairy, steps into the chute, and drops down that yellow brick road, rapidly, shooting along like on a water slide, powering her way through the mountain. Shooting along under all the landscape she just traversed, and then springing out near the woodland. And she notices that the exit from here is near the entrance through to where she just came from. And she sees that red string. She follows that red string back through the woodland, all the way back over that bridge, back into the woodland, the other side of the river. And at first she heads to that hippo's house. She asks if she can take a photo with the hippo. And the hippo has a fun idea, poses for the photo, has that balloon tied to its back. That she'd left there before going on her journey. She then takes the balloon, heads back to the train, and she can see the atmosphere is shifting and changing and pulsing, almost like gentle purple clouds surrounding them. And she tells everyone to get back on the train, and they all reboard the train, and everything around them turns purple and hazy. And then that purple haze shifts and then starts to clear. And as it starts to clear, so they find themselves in a snowy, mountainous landscape. And the driver announces everything seems to be back to normal, back to how it should be. And just in case something else happens, they're going to set off now. And so they set off, continuing their journey. And the woman sitting on the train, clickety-clack of the train on the tracks, writing on the photo that printed from her camera, telling the adventure she's been on, knowing she'll post this at the next stop. And the woman finishes reading and has nearly finished drinking her tea. Then goes over and gazes out the window, staring up at the sky, imagining the days when she used to have adventures like this. The days when she used to go to mythical places, magical places. Her times seeing ancient mythological beings. And she smiles and draws the curtains before heading to bed and settling down in bed and still finding her mind going over the stories in the postcards she receives of those adventures, and looking forward to what will come in the future, and drifting and floating so peacefully so comfortably asleep into Slumberland. And as you comfortably fall asleep, I'm just going to tell a bedtime story about a hermit crab. This hermit crab is crawling calmly and quietly along the sandy seabed. And on its back is a bell. And it's more of a shell of a bell. It's not able to ring with the crab inside. And it's waddling along the seafloor. Waves passing overhead. And as those waves pass overhead, so the water pulses past. And while that water pulses, so the crab can notice itself being pushed back and forth gently, and the sand occasionally churning a little bit around it. And it continues along this sandy seafloor, dancing strips of light, moving, undulating and weaving their way across the seafloor as the waves move overhead. When the crab looks up, they can see the shimmering shards of light. Dancing in the water. And this seafloor is very bare here. And they're heading towards some rocks. And as they get nearer to the rocks, so the water is getting shallower and shallower. And that crab can hear the rumble of the waves as they break on the shore. And the gurgle as they pull back out to sea. And as they near the shore, they can hear a musical sound, like the ocean is playing musical instruments. And the nearer they get, the louder the sound gets. And as they near the shore, they see a row of frogs. And that row of frogs is jumping into the water, swimming down in the water with rocks, and bouncing rocks off the top of drum-like plants under the water. And the rocks bounce in rhythms as those frogs dive down, throw the rocks at the drums, and swim back up all taking it in turns to beat out a rhythm on those drums. And the closer the crab gets, the faster and faster those frogs play the drums. And they're diving into the water so fast, leaving bubbling trails behind them. That the bubbles barely have time to disperse by the time they're diving in next, creating a cloud of bubbles above those drums. And while diving in, those bubbles start making a high-pitched whine sound. And that whining sound comes from that blanket of bubbles. And then it begins to shimmer and shine and sparkle, and a blue light begins to form from those bubbles as the music gets faster and faster, and the hermit crab gets closer and closer. And as the hermit crab gets right up to those frogs, so its shell, that bell, seems to almost get sucked off of its back into the bubbles, and then it finds itself pulled into those bubbles, and it tries to cling on to the sea floor a little bit, but then just feels this overwhelming urge to let go and go with the flow. And it gets pulled into the bubbles, and those bubbles pass across its body, tickling it from the head down to the tips of its feet, to the end of each leg. And then it flies out the other side of those bubbles, and it's spinning and flying through the air, aware that wherever it looks very strange, not a world it's ever seen before. And it manages to somehow get balance, but it finds that it gets balance by putting out some legs, only when it looks to its left and right, it no longer has legs. It has two graceful wings, and it's covered in feathers, and realizes it's an eagle flying through the air, away from the bubbling, tinkling blue light behind it. And it finds it's got the most incredible eyesight as it surveys the landscape below. It can see the seashore. It can see the bubbling going on down on the seashore, along the edge of the water. can see the undulating hills, sandy beaches. Feel the warmth of the sun, the air through its feathers. And it can see across the distant forest and the wispy white clouds overhead. And it can feel the warming air and see this landscape springing to life as it flies across this landscape, catching an updraft, spiraling up higher, seeing a myriad of colours stretching through the meadows. The waves of grass moving below. Such good eyesight it can notice the small insects and small mammals as they forage. The bees dancing from flower to flower. Butterflies with their delicate wings flying from plant to plant. The different shades of greens of the plant life. A family of deer in a field, one gazing up at the eagle overhead. Some newborn deer taking their first steps. The way the sunlight glints and glistens on rivers and streams. The sight of fish eating bits from the surface of the water, their little mouths poking out of the water, and then darting away whenever a shadow moves across the water, perhaps with a breeze in the reeds. And as they glide and fly, so they see a family of otters, and they swoop and swerve and fly lower to take a closer look. And they can see an otter singing a lullaby to its baby, helping to settle that baby down. And they swoop up higher again over the forest, hearing the sounds of the other birds within the forest, and noticing a shimmering light way off in the distance. And they feel compelled to fly towards that light. And so they fly in the direction of that light, almost like a rip in space and time. And yet something about it seems so inviting. And as they get nearer, so it opens up and wraps around them like a comfortable time blanket. And while they pass through this time, almost like passing through a time tunnel, so they see cuckoo clocks all around them and the faces of other clocks. The cuckoo clocks having something coming out of them, going cuckoo, cuckoo. With those clocks almost spiraling and spinning around them. And as they exit the other side, they can feel the warmth of this environment. A vast, meadowed area of undulating hills and a graceful, wide river stretching through this landscape. A horse and cart trundling along a gravel track. And then turning down onto a dirt lane, heading down towards a small town. An abundance of greenery and life. The sun bright and warm overhead. A child sat on the edge of the river, enjoying a slice of watermelon, plunging its face into that slice, getting the watermelon up its cheeks, round its mouth, up under its nose, on its chin. The watermelon juice dripping everywhere, its hands sticky. But the child seeming to enjoy it so much. The eagle picking up on the intense, warm feelings from that child, and the warmth from other animals enjoying this weather, and the abundance of food and resources. And it continues to glide, seeing what looks like a castle off in the distance, and decides to head towards that castle. And on its journey to the castle, so it follows the river, the light still glistening on the surface of the water. And it swoops down low and hovers above a couple travelling along the river on a gondola, laughing at each other as they struggle to make it move with any kind of speed, and having to try and keep balance. And the eagle is curious how that couple will get on, as it can see some rapids up ahead, and it doesn't think they're necessarily prepared for those rapids. But they're only gentle rapids, but enough to make their journey interesting in a short while. They're obviously looking around and looking at each other, but not really paying attention to their surroundings. And as they continue to fly towards that castle, so they can see there's something unusual about the castle. It's not the colour they necessarily expect. It seems paler, almost a pinky white. And it's not reflecting the light as they would expect. And as they get nearer, so they see a slight haze between them and the castle. And they fly into that haze. And as they do, they feel themselves being encouraged to land, as if the atmosphere is gradually getting heavier and heavier. And as they touch the ground and find themselves touching the grass, and that grass tickling around their body, so they notice that something's happening to them. Their body starts to shimmer and shine and sparkle. And they notice, as their body changes, that they're losing their wings. And they land among the grass as a tiny little mouse. And they've got the faintest of squeaks and the tiniest of feet. And the grass is significantly taller than they are. And they run through that grass, almost like running and pushing through a grass jungle, still heading towards that castle, which is now towering high above them, and yet still in the distance. And they run through this long grass, cutting through towards the river to try and run along the edge of the river where there won't be the grass to have to push through, and where they can see better where they're going. And as they come out on the riverbank, so they see in the water a row of ferrets looking like they're about to have races in different boats they've built. Some of them are in long boats, stretching the length of their body. Others are in more upright positions, in different shaped boats. And the boats all look rustic and metal, and like they've just been hammered together. And they seem to have different materials attached to them. One of them has some leather straps wrapped around the top of the boat and wrapped over their front shoulders to hold them in place, and small, dark goggles over their eyes, and a little leather racing hat holding its ears in and back, and small leather gloves with the fingers sticking through, and they're holding a lever in their hand. And on the shore is a caterpillar counting them down and holding a flag. and then it waves that flag, and those ferrets set off, their boats powering down the river. Some with electric arcing from point to point, powering an electric boat. Others having steam-powered boats, almost turning the water into jets, sucking in the water at the front, boiling that water, and pushing the steam out the back through the water. As those ferrets power down that river, and the mouse watches as they head along the river, and he runs along the riverbank to try and keep up. And the sun setting off in the distance over the river, with that sun low across the water, and the one with the dark goggles isn't affected by that very low light, and the others lose their direction a bit and have to slow down, and that one shoots off ahead, and as it crosses a finishing line, a caterpillar at the other end waves a flag, and there seems to be a small group of animals that jump up and down in excitement at the winner, as the others take their turn to cross the finish line. And the mouse continues to run to try and get to that finish line, to be a part of the excitement. And fireworks are going off at the side of the river. And as the fireworks are going off, so a group of swans are dancing in the water, using their large wings to push themselves up into the air, stretch their chests out, standing as tall as they can in the water, almost pirouetting in the water, managing to somehow gracefully hold themselves high in the air, and then diving down into the water, sticking their bottoms out the water and waving their legs in synchronized movements, stretching and pulling their toes in and out, moving their feet side to side and at different angles, so sometimes the sunlight shines through the skin between the toes. Other times, it doesn't, making all sorts of different patterns and gentle splashes of water. And as the dancing comes to an end, so the ferrets head over to the shore, disembark their boats, and once disembarked and the boats are pulled up onto the shore, the first, second and third place ferrets head over to a podium, and they stand on the relevant stand at the podium. And the third place ferret is given a mince pie for coming in third. The second place ferret is told that they can have a giant teddy bear, and they're handed a giant teddy bear that's significantly larger than they are. And the winning ferret is given a ski trip holiday and a set of skis and some ski equipment. And the mouse arrives at the little gathering of animals, all jumping and cheering. And it gets sucked up for a while in the excitement, before noticing the sun is now setting on the horizon. The sky is turning orange, and they want to make it to the castle. And so they continue on towards that castle, and it seems so far when they're so small. And as they continue on towards that castle, they encounter a pigeon who offers to give them a lift. And the pigeon introduces themselves as Jim from the jungle, often known as Jungle Jim. They're used to giving smaller animals a lift or just carrying messages. Anything they can pick up, they're happy to carry. And so they take hold of the little mouse. They flap their wings and fly up and carry that mouse towards the castle. And as the mouse approaches the castle, so they can smell the sweetest of scents. And they see this castle doesn't seem to be an ordinary castle as they'd suspected. It looks soft and squidgy. And the pigeon drops them off at the entrance to the castle, and they can really smell that marshmallowy smell of this castle. As they walk up towards the entrance, walking along a licorice floor that they think doesn't smell as nice as the marshmallow castle itself. And as they reach the castle, the sun has almost fully set. They can see the stars emerging in the night sky. And they knock on the castle door, but their little paw just absorbs in with the marshmallow, as they don't know how to get attention. And so they climb up a little bit, easily grabbing hold of that marshmallow. And they find their way in through a crack high up in the door, squeezing through that crack, wrapped in a hug of marshmallow. And they pop out the other side, inside the castle, and as they fall to the floor, so they make a discovery that the marshmallow inside the castle is bouncy, and they just bounce on the floor. And they try and right themselves, but as they land, they bounce again and again and again. And they try and work their way through this castle, bouncing their way. And they end up inadvertently bouncing their way into the armory. And in the armory, they find some metal shoes And so they place those tiny metal shoes on their feet. And those metal shoes grip the marshmallow. And so they can walk, but their walking isn't very efficient. Like walking in wet sand. That you can do it, but it takes a lot of effort. And so they feel it takes ages just to get through the main hall of this castle. And while walking through the castle, they see that the moonlight is shining in a window, and that silvery light is shining directly upon a flower floating in space above a plinth, and the plinth is made of marshmallow. And they head over towards that flower, and they see that it's a yellow rose with the silkiest of petals. And they climb up and touch the petals of the flower, and as they touch those silky yellow petals, so the moonlight seems to sparkle, and almost like a transporter, they seem to be teleported through that moonlight back out of the castle. And they find themselves back in the air again, flying once more as that eagle. Only now, there's no castle below them, just the most incredible, vast forest. And the air has cooled, and this forest is full of different browns and golds and bronzes. The most incredible autumn sight. The trees all softly rustling as the dry leaves rub together. And they fly over this autumnal landscape, feeling the approaching coolness of the air. Seeing clouds softly rolling in, softening the light. Seeing animals settling down in preparation for the winter. Squirrels beginning to store nuts. Seeing a small cabin in this forest. And through the window of the cabin, seeing someone baking a cake in an oven, and the scent of that cake rising up, tickling the nostrils of the eagle. The wisp of smoke rising from the chimney. Enjoying how peaceful this time of year is. Seeing a quaint church in a very small village, its weather vane signalling the direction of the wind and the approaching cool air. And flying above that small, cozy cottage, that small little cabin in this forest. Catching the very slight updraft from the warmth rising from its chimney. And aware that the moon is rising, the sun is setting, but the clouds hide what's going on. And so the sky is just gently darkening, with a very slight silvery glow appearing. And occasionally the clouds will part ever so slightly, and the silver, shimmering light beams down to the earth and moves across the earth. Until nighttime sets in. Everything goes dark, apart from looking back in the direction of that cabin, seeing the glow at the windows. And in the darkness, the eagle notices a faint blue light and flies towards that faint blue light, passes through that faint light, and out the other side finds themselves flying over a rugged coastline with tall cliffs, jagged rocks, crashing waves. The landscape covered in snow, the trees just a shadow of their former selves. Just white, gaunt sentinels, standing, shuddering at the tops of the cliffs as the wind blows through those trees. And seeing a person sitting by a campfire, very close, keeping their hands warm, and next to them on a structure they've built, using some of the wood from the trees. Seeing what almost looks like a spider's web, but it's actually a dream catcher. And as they are resting there next to that fire, it crackling softly, the wind flickering those flames, the dream catcher begins to glow, as if granting a dream. And this landscape seems so quiet. There's far less life around here, like everything has gone to sleep. Just a few footprints in the snow from different animals. A white fox trudging back towards the forest. A white owl hooting in a tree. But everything keeping warm and cozy. And and that person just resting there by that fire. And the eagle flies down to take a closer look, circles that fire, sees the person sat there with their eyes closed, speaking in a language they don't know, somehow imbuing that dream catcher with some kind of magic. And then the dream catcher seems to spin, and the eagle can't tell if it's an imagined spin and just their senses playing a trick on them, or if it's actually spinning. And as it spins, so they hear the sound of a bell, and they're reminded of the bell they had as a shell now a long time ago. And while thinking of that bell that was once their shell, ringing in their ears, so they found themselves drawn towards the dream catcher, drawn from this cold place. And they pass through the dream catcher like passing through a portal. And they find themselves splashing down in the ocean once more, falling to the floor of the ocean as that crab again, not far from those frogs playing those drums, and the frogs playing is calming down. And as the frogs playing is calming down, they see a mermaid tap dancing on the sea floor, holding its tail slightly up, with 2 feet poking out the bottom where the tail would be. Its legs, still made of a tail, right down to the ankles. And so all it can do is tap dance, being very vertical. And it's tap dancing to the tune of the frogs. And the crab watches this happening. And while watching, a catfish swims over, introduces themselves as Katniss, and says that they're a witch of the ocean, and they help different creatures to have experiences that bring enlightenment and wisdom, and help them to gain new perspectives and an understanding of things in a whole new way, like seeing life from birth all the way through all the seasons, seeing the variety, the challenges, the happiness. And they explain how they gave this crab that experience. And now the crab has lost its bell, and so it needs a new shell. And the catfish says that someone left a bucket in the river that flows to the sea. And the bucket has holes in it, and they'd been asked to fill the bucket with water and told that if they could fill the bucket with water, they could pass a certain challenge. And so they went and placed that bucket with holes into the river, and then walked back to the elders and said they've done the challenge. They filled the bucket with water, and the elders, in disbelief, went and checked, saw that bucket in the water, and realized they had done as was asked of them. And now this bucket can make a very good shell. There's room in the bucket to grow, and the holes can always be plugged with different creatures that can grow on the outside of this new shell. And then you can give them a lift and an experience of new worlds and new places. Perhaps they can grow out of those holes, and maybe when you're done with the bucket, you can leave it behind, and they can stretch from the holes down into the ground and start their own new home there. When you know it's time, that you've outgrown that home, and it's time to go on an adventure to find a new home, and Katniss hands over the bucket. And the crab sets off to find a comfortable place to settle down to sleep. And once they found a comfortable spot, they relax down in their new home, and they drift peacefully and comfortably, relaxed asleep into Slumberland. And in this bedtime story, a cat and a dog are preparing themselves to go out on an adventure. And they get their coats on. They wrap a scarf around their necks to make sure they're going to be warm and comfortable before heading out into the snow. And once ready, the cat and the dog leave the cabin, which is situated in a meadow on a snowy island. And at this time of the year, as they leave that cabin, they trudge through the snow. The dog bounds and likes to jump and roll on his side, tumbling through the snow, almost creating a second coat, a snow coat around him. Whereas the cat gingerly walks, almost on tiptoes, as if trying to avoid the snow, trying to stand tall above the snow. And the dog runs and heads along this meadow, heading to where the hill begins to slant downwards and slides down that hill, and then twists sideways to continue the journey down the hill, rolling, tumbling with his tongue out, flapping around before landing in a pile of snowdrift at the foot of this hill. And then excitedly jumping around at the foot of the hill, looking up at the cat, who's really taking their time, so carefully walking down that hill, trying to follow the clean area, the area where there's a small amount of grass now showing, as the carpet of snow has been raised and taken down the hill with the dog. And eventually the cat gets to the foot of the hill, and the two of them start following a hedgerow, heading towards a nearby river and a bridge that goes over that river. And the air out here is so crisp, so fresh. And the stars overhead twinkle and shine in the sky. The occasional wispy cloud passing overhead. Gently illuminated by the moon, and at certain times, as the clouds pass in front of the moon, what looks almost like a circular reverse rainbow. Illuminates those clouds around that moon. And as they come to the end of the hedgerow and start walking away from the hedge, so they notice how blustery the day actually is when you're unprotected by the hedge, with a strong crosswind. And the cat is sensible enough to walk on the opposite side of the dog to the wind, using the dog to protect them from the wind. And in their mind they're dreaming of better weather, of remembering what this area is like when it's much warmer. And in this location, on this island, far north of the planet, there's a lot of time when it's covered in snow, or it's cold and dark, but there are some times when there's an explosion of colour. When the ground is vividly green, when there are daisies and dandelions pocketed throughout that green land, when there are bluebells and honeysuckles, and there are all sorts of different trees and plants. And at certain times of the year, just for very brief moments, there'll be an explosion of insects, of butterflies and bees, taking the opportunity to forage among the plants. And then the island reverts back to its black and white state, where everything seems to just be shades of grey from the white snow, to often having a grey sky. And even the trees, where you just see the bark, seems like dark grey and sometimes even black. And so they continue pushing on through the wind, heading to the bridge over the river. The dog's fur flapping around, its ears waggling around in the wind, its tongue waving and flapping. They arrive at the stone bridge, carefully cross that stone bridge and start following a small path down the far side of the river. And as they follow that path, so they see something unusual in the water, and most of the water is frozen on both sides with just a slight clearing of ice down the centre of the river. And there's something bobbing up and down gently in the centre of that river, something unusual. And they get closer. And as they get closer, they notice it seems like it's alive. And the dog picks up a stick, shakes the snow off the stick, heads as close to the ice as he dare go, and reaches with that stick to prod whatever it is that's in the water. And as he prods away, so he suddenly hears an excitable voice erupt from that thing he's prodding, as it rises itself slightly out of the water, almost like it was swimming on its front and now it's on its back. And it says, "Oingo boingo, fiddle-dee-dee, who's that brave enough to be poking at me?" And the dog's mouth opens, and he drops the stick and looks at the cat, who just looks back at him with a strange kind of, I don't know, kind of look on its face. And the dog asks who this is. And they say that their name is Mimosassa. They're a jellyfish made of jelly. They used to just be jelly. But then a wizard got annoyed with their attitude, found that they were too overbearing, too loud and bubbly, and said she just seemed to be bouncing off the walls everywhere, and turned them into a jellyfish and threw them into the river. And they've been living in this river as this jellyfish ever since. And they actually quite like it, swimming around every day. They can relax, and as they rest, they smush out and are barely noticed against the water, just bobbing gently up and down on the surface. And they say they have some tentacles that just tickle the surface of the sand beneath them, foraging for food. And they enjoy just swimming up and down lazily, normally going where the water takes them, rarely putting in much effort, listening to conversations. They can loiter near someone fishing, and that person, happily fishing away, may catch things that they can then catch themselves and eat, because they're very intelligent. And they say that they perhaps would like to be as they were, but when they were just a jelly, all they could do was bounce. And they would bounce and smush and splat. And sometimes people would plunge their hands into them and squidge them, just for the sensation of squeezing jelly between their fingertips. And they'd have to then pick all their parts up again, smush themselves back together, jiggle about a bit. But it's also fun to sometimes surprise people who come along the edge of the river, not expecting that anything else is there. But they'd like to have the choice to take the form that they'd like to take. And they ask the names of the cat and the dog. And the dog says, "I'm Penny." And this is Pickles, the cat. And the jellyfish says it's nice to meet them. And Pickles says, "Would you like us to try and find this wizard? Maybe we can encourage them to change the spell they've cast on you." And the jellyfish says that they'd like that if they can. To find the wizard, you have to follow the river until you reach the town and head to the castle. And in the castle, they should be able to direct you to where the wizard is now. And says you'll be able to find me back here when you're done. And so the two animals set off, continuing along the edge of the river. And as they walk, so they pass a duck sitting calmly on an egg, wrapped up with a little jacket and a hat, with the side of the hat pulled down over the side of its head and done up in a little bow under its chin. And they continue on, the trickling and the pleasant sound and scent of that water beside them. The wind still blowing on their face, and they push through that blustery wind. The cat just thinking how much they would like to be resting in front of a fire, back in their cabin. The dog thinking how they'd like to be playing, running around, diving into snow. But instead they're doing this very grown-up thing, going on an adventure. And they continue on, following this path. They can see in the distance the gentle wisps of smoke rising from the chimneys of the houses in the town. They cut through the orchard on their way to that town. Passing the hexagonal apples designed by the farmer here, specifically so they stop rolling off of tables. They pass out the other side of the orchard, down a small, narrow country path. And there's brambles and leaves and grasses all poking out across the path, but all protected and softened by snow. And some of that snow falls off like a gentle powdery dusting, catching on their fur as they pass. And there's barely a hint of breeze down this narrow path. And at the end of the path is a sty for them to cross. And the dog jumps up and over, and the cat squeezes gently through. As they now walk across a path barely visible, cutting through a field. And the night is gradually approaching morning as they get nearer and nearer to that town. And as they near the town and then cross the boundary into the town, they walk along cobbled streets covered in snow. They can see market traders setting up, and they cut into the arcade here in the town. And even though the arcade is open at the front and the back to the elements, there's still a slight warmth here compared to out on the street. On the other side of the arcade is the town centre, and they walk around that town centre, smelling the different foods, hearing the hustle and bustle of these early morning market traders setting up. And they find their way round. And the cat wants to stop and eat. And the dog is also thinking of their stomach. But they know they should push on. So they continue to walk, heading out the other side of the town. And the castle isn't far beyond the other side of the town, because this town was built back when towns would be built within the grounds of a castle, where a castle would be built up high. And then from that castle, a town would be formed and a wall would be formed around the town. And from the castle, they could see over the town, beyond the wall, and have the best chance of protecting the town if needed. And they begin to ascend towards the entrance to the castle. They get to the castle door. They sit at the castle door, and the dog begins to bark to get attention, and the cat tries to meow. And as there's no one coming to the entrance to let them in, the dog stands up, leaning on the door. The cat runs and jumps and climbs up on the dog, balances on the dog's forehead, and uses her claws to stretch herself up the door as high as she can, until her claws can just about reach the door knocker. And then a slight leap manages to grab that knocker, push off the door, and then let go as the knocker bangs on the door, and the sound of that bang reverberates through the castle. And a short while later, a lock can be heard the other side of the door, and then the door can be heard to be opened, and it creaks and sounds so heavy as it slid open. And both the animals run in, and the dog runs and instantly jumps up into a comfy chair they spy near an enormous fireplace. And the ground in here is a stone ground, and yet it's warm by this enormous fire. And the claws of the cat and dog tap on that stone floor while they move. And the dog leaps up into that most comfortable chair and relaxes down into that comfy chair with that massive crackling fire rumbling away in the fireplace. The enormous, almost triangular looking flume sucking that smoke up and passing it out the top of this castle. And the cat looks around, trying to find who they're supposed to talk to. But the dog is just wanting to relax deeper and deeper into that chair, feeling so comfortable. And they've walked most of the night, and so the two of them are very tired. And the cat sees someone sitting in another comfortable chair at the far end of a hall, and they look very important and dressed very smart. And so they walk down to that person. And as they reach that person, so the person looks up at them and smiles so friendly. And the cat says that their name is Pickles, and this is Penny. And they're here in search of a wizard. And they were told that they'd be able to find out where that wizard is. And they're told that the wizard likes to lead a very isolated life. They seek solitude. And so it's some trek from this town. You have to go way through the forest. And it's only when you've passed deep into that forest that you'll find them. But they'll do almost anything to try and be alone and have peace and quiet. And Pickles is told that as you both look so tired, perhaps you want to spend the night. And so Pickles heads back to Penny. And Penny is almost asleep already on that comfy chair. And tells Penny that they've got a room for the night. And so Penny struggles to wake themselves up enough to leave the chair. And very lazily plods along, almost as if it's too much effort to be trying to do this moving and walking. And Penny and Pickles follow someone up to a room. And they head into this comfortable room. They settle down under the most inviting quilt. It's just the right weight and texture, and just the right temperature. As they fall asleep deeply and comfortably. And the next morning, they awaken to incredibly pleasant smells of food wafting through this castle, creeping under the door and tickling their noses. And it doesn't take Penny long to be up and ready to leave the room. And Pickles grooms for a little bit longer. And then they head out of that room. They follow their noses down to a different room to the one they were in before. And as they head down to this room, they can hear someone mumbling and moaning. Saying about how unappreciated they are. That everything round here is just pandemonium. It's all chaos. Suddenly we have these new guests. Suddenly there's all these extra people to cook for and extra things to do. There's never any certainty. You plan for something, and then it just changes because someone decides it's going to be different. And they're having a good old rant to themselves. And they say that everyone just ignores them when they try and talk to people, as if they're not even there. Does everyone just think they're some kind of a robot maid or something? Just come here, do this, do that, help now. You need to do this, you need to do that. And Pickles finds it amusing, the rants that people will have when they think no one's listening, and the smile they put on their face as soon as there's someone there. And as they walk past, Pickles looks over, smiles and says good morning. And the person smiles back and says good morning back in the friendliest of ways. And they know as soon as they've passed the door, they're going to be just back at it again. And they head through to a large dining room. They get shown to 2 seats. They sit down at the table. And some food is placed in front of them. And Pickles is a little bit more fussy and smells the food and tries a little bit before daintily eating that food. While Penny piles straight in, scoffing the food down as fast as they can eat. And Penny barely notices that there are others here in this dining room, but Pickles is curious about them. There seems to be what looks like an elephant with large ears, but a very young elephant. And there's a lion that has a strange mane that looks like the petals of a dandelion. And there's a camel, and every time it moves, its humps undulate, which catches Pickles' attention. And the baby elephant looks over, still chewing some food, and introduces themselves and says, "Hi, I'm Gumby. This is Pokey," gesturing to the lion. "And this here is Jasper," gesturing to the camel. And Pickles says, "This is Penny and I'm Pickles." And then the elephant continues to eat. And Pickles eats and Penny eats, and they all eat their food, and no one talks to each other while they eat. And as they all finish, so they all head away from the dining room. And Pickles asks why the others are here, and they say that they just needed a place to stay for the night. They'd arrived in the town and were told the best place to ask for somewhere to stay is up at the castle. They're always inviting and friendly. The elephant says they were just flying by. They got large ears that they can flap. But it's such a blustery day. They were going off course, and it was so hard and so much effort to keep on course that when they saw this town, they decided to stop here and see if they could find somewhere to stay until the weather improves. And Jasper says they've travelled all the way from a distant land. They travelled on a boat. They came to this island. They were looking for somebody who could help them. Their humps are broken. They keep jiggling and moving and undulating with each step they take. And they heard that there's someone who can fix unusual problems like that. And they too found the weather was too blustery for them and too cold. And so they found solace here in the castle. And the lion says that they'd interacted with someone in the forest. They're trying to be friendly, but all they got out of it was having their mane changed to being like a flower. And now they have this bizarre craving to sleep inside daffodils while they look like the head of a dandelion. And Pickles thinks that it sounds like maybe they're all here for this wizard, or have met and interacted with the wizard. Maybe when they interact with the wizard, they should be a little careful. Pickles was thinking she doesn't want to have a head looking like a flower. She quite likes the fur she's got there already. And after eating their food and resting for a little bit, and seeing the sun rise from the castle windows, Pickles and Penny leave the castle, and the day is much better than it was yesterday. The air is still. The sun's shining, yet the land is still white. They head down from the castle, walk around the castle to the back of the town. They leave the town and head towards the distant forest. And as they walk towards that distant forest, so they notice that the land is actually starting to shift and change. And they've never been anywhere near this far before, normally just staying near their own cabin. And heading down to the meadows and the land around there. And as they're heading towards that forest, so they notice the snow around a river flowing out from the forest. Possibly the same river that they passed the other side of the town. Seems to be more melted. There's a little bit more grass, and the closer to the forest they get, the warmer the environment seems. And they realize that the water itself even seems warmer. Walking into the forest, they can hear the rustling of the leaves around them, the sounds of birds and other animals from within the forest. They can hear a distant rumble, almost like the sound of thunder. But they know that the sky is clear. And they walk along the edge of the trickling water as it bubbles past. And they can feel, without even touching the water, that the water here is getting warmer and warmer, as the environment here is getting warmer and warmer. Until they come to a very small lake that's gently bubbling. And the land around this lake seems very different from the land outside the forest, with broader leaved plants and a dampness to the air. And that dampness is slightly warm. Whereas if you had that dampness outside the forest, that would make your face very cold. And they head through this forest from that small lake in search of that cabin. And then they see that there's something resembling a cabin poking through the trees, and so they head towards that. And as they get nearer, they can hear some machinery going. And they see a man with long white hair, tie-dye clothing, and electric blue sunglasses, twisting a handle and operating some kind of machinery. And they approach very slowly. And as they get nearer, eventually they get noticed. And that person stops what they're doing, turns to look at them, and gruffly asks what they want, who they are, why they're here. And they say who they are. They say why they're there. Penny then asks who this person is and what they're doing. And they say they're just printing their latest book. It's a book of spells. It's a book about the importance of isolation and spells that you can use to help you to find isolation, to find that stillness in your mind. And Pickles says that they don't want to be a disturbance, but they do have people that they want to help. And this person says that they are the wizard that's being sought. But why would they want to help? Anything they've ever done has been to help them, to be alone, to get rid of distractions. They've never really thought of the others. They've always done what's in their best interests. And Pickles says about some of the characters they've met at the castle. And the wizard says that they know each of those people. They know that lion, they know the elephant, they know the camel. But why would they be interested in helping? When helping means that they see them even more. And as they talk, so the sun begins to set. And as the sun begins to set, there's the most musical, pleasant sound coming from the forest. As the crickets begin to play a chorus. And Penny and Pickles don't give up. They continue to try to encourage this wizard to help. Penny goes off and makes a snow cone for the wizard, thinking anyone who dresses in tie-dye and sunglasses in the middle of a forest is probably fun at heart and has a sense of humour. They did turn jelly into a jellyfish, after all. And they did make the lion's mane look like a dandelion. So they must have some sense of humour and some childish, fun qualities. They don't accept the snow cone. They just want Pickles and Penny to go away. And so Penny tries running around and chasing his tail. He tries to have the kind of fun that's normally excited others. But this just makes the wizard want to get even further away. And so Penny says, well, if I can't excite you, if I can't get you to have fun, do you not at least have a fire and a comfortable place I can sleep? I like sleeping in comfortable chairs, listening to the crackling fire, relaxing, and just drifting deeper and deeper into my own mind, where my mind gets very still. And Pickles says I spend about 15 hours a day sleeping, dreaming, purring, normally relaxing on a rug in front of a fire. And Pickles says I also like to be alone a lot. I'm a very solitary character. I do my rounds every day and then go and rest, and I decide when I'm with people and when I'm not. And when people decide they want to be with me, normally, if I don't want that, I walk away. And the wizard can relate to this. He can relate to that stillness, that desire for peace, for relaxing. But Penny says they also like having connection and encountering others and learning. And Pickles says they like watching others, normally from afar, and figuring out who does what and why, and likes working out what's going on inside the minds of others. And the wizard begins to warm to them. And as that wizard warms to them and steps on the floorboards in this cabin, one of the floorboards creaks and Penny jumps. And then the wizard comments on the smell and looks at Pickles and Penny. And Pickles says, that wasn't me, that's Penny farting. Whenever Penny gets nervous and jumps, it happens quite a lot. You know when Penny's nervous, even when Penny pretends that they're not. And a gentle smile appears on the wizard's face. And the wizard heads outside and comes back with a snow cone. And then sprinkles some fairy dust on the top of that snow cone and says, take that back with you, but you'll have to be very quick. And just hand that to each of the creatures that need help. And they can each just have one lick of that snow cone, and it'll make changes within them on a deep level, down in their DNA, that'll change them in their mind and body, helping them to develop the life they want and turn back to how they want. And they'll find themselves back where they want. Almost like it'll grant them a wish, but not a wish they consciously think, but one they just non-consciously know. But you have to be very, very quick, because it'll melt if you don't get out of the forest quickly. And Pickles knows that this is also a sign from the wizard to say, I've had enough of you being here now. It's time now to go. And Pickles asks, how do we get out the forest quickly? And the wizard guides them out the back of the cabin. And out the back of the cabin is a sundial in a garden, and what looks like a giant catapult. And that catapult looks ready to fire. And the wizard goes over to the sundial, twists that sundial, and while twisting the sundial, so the catapult twists and moves and directs itself elsewhere. And he lines it up with where he thinks it needs to go. He then tells the two of them to climb into the catapult. And then with a Bunsen burner, he sets fire to the string that's holding that catapult in place. And all three of them watch that string as it slowly burns through, until suddenly it gives way, and in an instant they feel themselves pushed back in that catapult and then fired out, and they can see an electric blue shining blob in the sky. They seem to be aiming directly at it. And they close their eyes as if they think they're about to strike this blue shining blob in the sky. And then they open their eyes and realize they just passed straight through it. And they can now see below them that castle. And they continue flying through the sky, now lowering down towards that castle. And they realize they're aiming straight for a pile of straw. And they crash down and bounce on that straw and roll off the straw. And that snow cone is still intact, with its sprinkles on top And they dash to the castle, enter that castle. They were seen flying through the air as if out of nowhere. And they explain what this snow cone is. And the lion takes no time at all in running over and licking that snow cone. And with sparkling light tinkling and twinkling around its neck, its mane reverts to a proper lion's mane, and he swings his head slowly, enjoying the feeling of his mane swinging. And Pickles feels a little jealous as she moves her head a bit and has no mane at all. And she can't help but just have a little touch of that lion's mane. And the elephant licks the cone, and changes begin to happen for them, and the camel licks the cone as changes happen for them too. And the camel starts to fade, and while fading, thanks the two of them for their help. And as they're fading, so a slight shimmer of a desert can be seen around where they're fading, as if they're fading back to where they want to be. And while that cone is not yet melted, they dash out of the castle, dash through the town. They head along the edge of the river, finding their way to the jellyfish. And Pickles is brave enough to jump onto Penny's back and gently dig her claws in just enough to make Penny leap from the side, crash through the ice and land in the water, while Pickles bravely holds that snow cone up above her, keeping it out of the water until they reach the jellyfish, and then lowers it down for the jellyfish, who absorbs that snow cone. And then the space around the jellyfish within the water begins to sparkle and shine. As Penny, a little annoyed with Pickles, swims back to the shore, Pickles jumps off. Penny braces himself and shakes violently, and then looks all puffed up and fluffy, but is at least a bit drier now. And that sparkling, bubbling continues in the water. And then rising out of the water is that jellyfish. And as the jellyfish rises, so it turns into a person, into a young child, who thanks the two animals and says that they've been jelly and then a jellyfish, but really all they wanted was to enjoy life as a child, and that they'll head to the castle where they know they'll be given a place to stay. And and they can take their childlike mindset and let themselves grow up how they want to grow up and learn in a whole new way. And Pickles and Penny, having been on an adventure they never planned, head back to their own cabin. They head into that cabin, and as they head into the cabin, they see a brown paper package wrapped up. It looks like it must have just been pushed through the pet flap in the door. And together they carefully pull on the knot, remove the string from around the package, open that package, and inside they find 2 tie-dye knitted jumpers. One for Pickles and one for Penny. And a little note that just says, "Thank you for making an old man smile." And they put their jumpers on. They settle down in the most cozy spaces, with Pickles resting in front of the fire, Penny in the most comfortable chair, and they drift and float so peacefully, so relaxed asleep into Slumberland. And this bedtime story follows the adventures of a guinea pig. And this guinea pig has been going on a journey through vast woodland in search of a lost scroll. And as they walk through that woodland, listening to the sounds of the leaves rustling overhead, the sounds of the crunching leaves underfoot, the way the light dances on the path before them. From time to time, they have to take out a map, look at the map to make sure they're still on track. And they have a small little compass that they check with to make sure they're heading in the correct direction. And being a guinea pig, their legs are tiny, and the journey is taking a very long time. And so they continue this journey through the woodland, taking in the sights and sounds of the woodland, breathing in the fresh woodland air. And as they continue on, they can hear the distant sound of flowing water. And they head along in the direction of that water, with the plan to follow the stream through this woodland, hoping that maybe it would be easier to travel along the edge of the stream. And so they cut through the woodland in the direction of the sound of flowing water. Until eventually they find that small stream. They begin to follow the stream. And as they walk along the edge of this small stream, where the bank of the stream is clear of trees, this area catches some sunlight, and the sunlight shimmers on the surface of the water. Like tiny sparkles, glistening and shining. They walk along the edge of the stream. Until they see a row of ducks just sunbathing on the side of the stream up on the bank. And they stop by the ducks for a while. They check with the ducks that they're heading in the right direction, saying where they're going. And the ducks confirm that this stream weaves its way around to a town just beyond the woodland, and is certainly the easiest route to that town. And those ducks continue to rest there in the sunlight, stretching their wings out, soaking up as much of the sun as they can. As the guinea pig continues on their journey, enjoying the fresh water smell. And while they continue on their journey, they hear a really posh voice coming from somewhere in front of them. And they're approaching a turning in the stream, and at this turning, a tall reeds obstructing the view. And so they head round, and they trudge around the outside of those reeds, and the other side of the reeds, they see a posh turtle wearing a turtleneck jumper, holding a complete works of Shakespeare. And they're reading through that complete works of Shakespeare out loud, as if they're perhaps an actor. And the guinea pig stops and watches for a while. And the turtle doesn't notice them at first. And then suddenly is startled by their presence. But the guinea pig tells them to continue on. They actually liked what they could hear. And so the turtle carries on reading that Shakespeare. And while they read the Shakespeare, gesticulating and talking in a very grand and overt way, the guinea pig finds themselves transfixed on the turtle's performance. And as the turtle comes to the end of their performance and gives a bow, the guinea pig claps and applauds that turtle's performance. And the turtle tells them they've heard of this legendary theatre they'd like to go and perform in, called the Globe. And they've been training for years. And so far, all of the audiences that they've had have just been totally unreasonable people. They've found so many people walk away before they've even finished a performance. And whenever he asks for feedback, they change the topic. And the guinea pig shares that they actually liked it and thought it was impressive. And so the turtle says that they have a gift for the guinea pig. Something that may help them on their journey. And they slowly walk to the water's edge. And they slowly reach into the water and pull out a water lily. And they do so incredibly carefully. And then slowly head back to the guinea pig. And they rest that water lily on the ground in front of the guinea pig. And they say, "Wait." And they look expectantly at the guinea pig. And the guinea pig doesn't know what they're supposed to be doing. And so they just look back at the turtle. And the turtle continues to look at them. And the guinea pig's eyes want to waver. But the turtle just says, "No, wait." And so they carry on waiting. And then after what seemed like a very, very long time, the turtle lowers their gaze down to the water lily and then says, "Okay, you can look now." And the guinea pig looks down at that water lily and sees that there's some water within it. And that water has become incredibly still, almost like a mirror. And with the angle of the light and the angle there stood around that water lily, the guinea pig can see their own reflection in the water within the lily. And as they gaze into their reflection, the turtle talks in the background. And tells the guinea pig to look into your own eyes. Not around your eyes. Just gaze straight into your own eyes, as if you're looking into your own soul. And as the guinea pig gazes into their own eyes in that reflection, so the turtle continues talking, and everything around their own eyes begins to fade away, almost turning black. But not black because it's actually turning black, but turning black because they stop paying it any attention. The only thing they're paying attention to is their own eyes looking back at them. And as they continue to gaze into their own eyes, so they start having that strange feeling. That feeling like the eyes looking back at them seem like different eyes. Almost like there's somebody else looking at them while they're looking at that other person. But they know those eyes are just their eyes. And yet, it takes on almost like an infinite loop of absorption between their eyes and the eyes gazing back. Like that reflection is another being looking back at them, and the turtle just talks softly in the background. And as you continue looking into your own eyes, you can see deep inside yourself. You can begin to notice the true you, a reflection of who you really are, of your strengths, of challenges to be overcome, of learnings not yet made, and discoveries not yet had. And the more they look into their own eyes, the more profound the experience becomes for them. So much so that the blackness surrounding the eyes begins to shimmer with an electric blue, almost like electric blue lightning. It's starting to fizz from the center of that lily out to their peripheral vision. As if they're being drawn deeper and deeper into the experience. And at just the right moment, the turtle yanks that lily away and says, "Sleep." And the guinea pig's eyes close, and they drop deeper and deeper asleep, standing there, head looking in the direction the lily was. And the turtle says, "On your journey, you're going to meet some curious characters. And a part of you will know how to learn from each interaction. And you won't know consciously exactly how you're learning, because it'll be instinctive and automatic. And then there's a moment of silence, and the guinea pig can't work out how long that silence lasts. Was it a moment? Was it an hour? And as their eyes open by themselves when the time is right, the turtle carries on talking to them as if none of what had just happened had actually happened. And the guinea pig says, "I'm sure something just happened." And the turtle responds, "That's right. You're sure something just happened." "But I know something must have happened." "That's right, I know. Something really must have happened." "But you did something." "That's right, I did something. But I don't remember what." "You really don't remember. It's like it's just gone now, as you go now, on your journey. And I'll see you in the theatre when I get there." And in a slight daze, and with a pat on the shoulder, the guinea pig continues their journey, enjoying the bubbling of the water alongside them, heading towards a village. And they continue that journey until they can see the smoke rising softly from the chimneys of the buildings in the village. And they head over undulating grassy hills, following this stream as it weaves and flows over rocks, sometimes bubbling louder, other times flowing so softly and so faintly. Like it's leading its own life, full of twists and turns, sometimes rough and sometimes calm, but all the time heading forward. And as they approach the village, they can hear the hustle and bustle of traders and people milling around. They decide that they want to grab something to eat, and so they follow their nose. They head into a bakery, and in that bakery they see a cheetah behind the counter, an elderly cheetah wearing an apron caked in flour and some flour in their fur. And with a smile, the cheetah asks what they would like. And they have themselves some food from this bakery. And they ask, just out of curiosity, how long the cheetah's been doing this. And they say they're 73, and they've ran this bakery for the last 50 years. And they, if they don't mind themselves saying, are the best baker in town. Well, they're the only baker in this village. And the guinea pig smiles. And the cheetah hands them something for their journey and says, "You'll probably be needing this," as they hand them a sponge cake. And the guinea pig thanks them and now heads to somewhere to stay for the night. And they head down to the inn in this village. And down at the inn, the Honeypot Inn, they see a little mouse called Klaus standing on the counter. And Klaus calls down to the guinea pig, and there's a path up onto the counter. And in this inn are many different animals enjoying a late afternoon drink. There's a manatee sat in the corner, drinking a pint of bitter. There's a squirrel called Quirrell, drinking some whiskey by the fire. And the mouse asks the guinea pig if they'd like a drink, and they say they're really there to see if they can have a room for the night. And they get given a key to a room, and they head up to that room. They place their belongings on the bed. They bounce around a little bit on the bed. They jump up onto the windowsill to take a look out of the window, up and down the street of the village, as the sun sets and the street lights are turned on. And as it gets later and later, they settle down in bed and drift peacefully asleep for the night. And the next morning, after enjoying a good night's sleep, they prepare for their journey for the day. They get the sewing kit out of their backpack. They stitch up the holes in their socks. They head down and see Klaus, who asks how the room was, and they say it was okay. And they have something to eat before preparing to continue their journey. And as they're about to leave the inn, so they're stopped by a pig. And this pig tells them that they got this message from a turtle that you might need some help to make your journey quicker. And the guinea pig says that they do have a long way to go. How can you make the journey quicker? And the pig says you can always ride on me. I'm a magical pig. And the guinea pig laughs in disbelief. And so the pig says, come outside with me. And they head outside. And they close their eyes really tight. And they hold their breath as if straining. And then sparkling happens around their body. And white feathered wings start to form out from the sides of the pig as the pig's cheeks go red while straining. And then they stop straining and take a deep breath and open their eyes. Say, see? I'm magical. And so the guinea pig climbed up the leg of the pig up onto its back and held on tight. And as the pig started running down the street, flapping its wings and then leaping into the sky, it asked, so where are we actually going? And the guinea pig said, I need to reach the mountains. If you can get me to the foot of the mountains, I can make the rest of the journey myself. And so the pig flew them towards the distant mountains. The wind passing over the guinea pig's fur, the sight of the woodland below, and the meadows stretched out in all directions, the undulating hills, the wind blowing across the grass, making waves of light and dark, spread out and pulse over the landscape. The glistening sunlight reflecting off the stream as they head towards those mountains. And while the pig flies, so it engages in small talk. And the guinea pig just responds in a friendly kind of way, not over interested in what the pig is saying, but grateful for the pig's help. And eventually, they get closer and closer to the mountains, and the air begins to change. The air being pushed up as it hits the front of the mountains. And then getting closer and encountering cold air being pushed down. And the pig lands at the foot of the mountains, near a mountain path. And the guinea pig thanks them says that they can make the rest of this journey on their own from here. And to a guinea pig, a mountain is an enormous climb. And as they start to climb, initially they start to get warmer and warmer, with all of that walking uphill. But then as they continue climbing, so the landscape around them starts to get colder and colder. And they start to notice snow around them at their level. And so out of their backpack, they take a wool jumper and they place that fluffy woolen jumper on and continue their climbing, following this path. And the path is quite easy to climb. The hard part is the distance and it all being uphill. And so they climb higher and higher. And while they climb, they see some white rabbits building snowmen. And they can see that there's another group of snowmen they've built before, which are beginning to thaw with droopy faces and their nose lying on the floor. And they continue climbing. And they can see in the distance, about 3/4 of the way up the mountains, a hint of smoke rising from a chimney. And from here they can't see the actual building. But they know that they need to get to that building. It's on their map as their next destination. And at that building, they'll be able to prepare for the next leg of their journey. And so they carry on climbing. And eventually they're climbing, having to walk through snow. Their tiny feet barely making a dent in the snow, just the most delicate, soft crunching sound with each step. And eventually they can see the stone building. It's a grey stone building, and the roof is covered with snow. There's a grey chimney poking out the top, and smoke wispily rising into the sky. And the door is a dark, very solid looking wooden door. And there's a notice on the front of this building. And the notice says Instrument Repair Shop. And so they push on the door and a bell trings, and the door closes behind them. And they can hear some ticking clocks hanging on the walls of this repair shop. And they can see different instruments dotted around this repair shop. And some of those instruments are musical, and other instruments do other things. And as they look around, the air in here is so still. Although there's the ticking, there's a silence to this environment. And they look for the owner or whoever's here. And out from the back walks a grumpy armadillo. Who's here now? What do I have to do now? Always someone wanting something. And the armadillo, wearing silver gloves, comes out whinging and moaning. And he sees that guinea pig. And the guinea pig acknowledges him in a very friendly kind of way. And the armadillo just says, "I'm Moss, what do you want? People only ever want to come here to see me when they want something." And the guinea pig thinks, unfortunately, it's true, they're only here because they want something. They need to get across to the other side of the mountains. And then they need to go through the dark forest. And they've heard that what they need to do this can be found here. And so they ask why this shop is in such an odd location. And Moss says that they don't really get on well with others. They like having their distance. But people come here when they want something repaired. And as they're talking so, they put a violin down on a counter. And they start to repair that violin. And the guinea pig asks what happened to the violin. And they say that the violin belongs to Daddy Longlegs. And Daddy Longlegs is a gangster giraffe. And they often mix up the violin cases with guns in, with the violin cases with violins in. And inevitably, violins get shot and damaged. And then it comes down to Moss to have to fix them. And Moss tells the guinea pig they know what'll be helpful. They enjoy this isolation, while also then complaining that no one ever sees them, unless they want something. And so they say they can't complain, but They suppose they will. And then the armadillo hands the guinea pig a purple watch and says this purple watch will be able to help you on your journey. It emits a purple glow and a pulse of light, and that pulse of light will mark out your path in the dark. And the watch will vibrate ever so slightly. And that'll keep you on track. And so, on one of its front legs, the guinea pig puts on that purple watch. They then get handed a glow-in-the-dark, luminous t-shirt and a glow-in-the-dark scarf. And they get told these should keep you visible and help you to see. It will just keep enough light around you for you to find your way. And the guinea pig wonders whether the armadillo is just trying to make them look stupid, almost like a practical joke that they're playing because they don't get many visitors here. And they get told that one last thing that'll help you to get to where you're going is out the back. And so the guinea pig gets shown through the shop. And out the back of the shop, through another door, through another room, is a steep set of stairs. And they walk the guinea pig up those stairs. And at the top of the stairs is a door. And they open that door, and before them is a diving board. And it's incredibly windy up here. And the armadillo says, that diving board will take you over the other side of the mountain. Just run to the end, bounce on the diving board. You'll be fine. Just dive off the end and you can dive over to the other side of the mountain. And the guinea pig is a bit twitchy about this, a bit kind of unsure, thinking, doesn't sound particularly safe. And so the armadillo hands them a flute and tells them, just after you've dived off the end of the diving board, jump onto this flute and just blow across the mouthpiece of the flute. You'll be fine. And so the guinea pig takes that flute and, trying to hold the flute under one leg, runs to the end of the diving board with the other 3 legs and bounces off the end, quickly gripping the flute with all its legs and blowing across the mouthpiece of the flute. And as the tune emits from the flute, so sparkling light starts to come from that flute, and almost like a witch's broom, the guinea pig discovers this flute can fly, and with a gentle lean left or right, or backwards or forwards, the flute changes direction. And as the note begins to fade, the guinea pig has to blow the note again to keep that flute flying in the air. And the guinea pig manages to fly down the far side of the mountain, skim the tips of the treetops, before weaving between the trees and landing in that dark forest, the flute skidding to a halt in the undergrowth. And there's a low and gentle mist weaving and wrapping its way around the trunks of the trees. And this forest is so dark and so quiet. And although the mist is gently moving, the air seems to be incredibly still. And the only light is the glow from the scarf, the t-shirt, and then with a tap on the watch, that purple watch begins to pulse, and the purple light spreads out among the forest floor with a slightly stronger purple light in the direction the guinea pig needs to go. And any time the guinea pig veers slightly off route, even just to try and weave around trees or climbing over logs, the watch buzzes ever so slightly, and the physical sensation is understood by the guinea pig as they move back on track. And in this dark wood, in this dark forest, they can't tell whether it's nighttime or evening, whether it's dark even in the daytime, because it was lighter the other side of the mountains when they were heading into that shop, and they don't feel they're in the shop too long. And a part of their mind is already thinking how they're going to get back. They don't know if flutes can fly off the ground, or if you need to already be in the air to fly a flute. But they carry on their journey, thinking one thing at a time. And as they carry on through this pitch black forest, so they see the most pure white light, initially faintly glistening in the distance. And they notice that white light is on their journey, is directly on the path they're taking. And so they wonder whether that must be where they need to be going. and they head towards that light as it gets brighter and brighter while they get closer and closer. And the white light seems to be emitting a gentle tinkling sound of bells, slightly echoing and reverberating around this forest. And although that white light is bright where it is, the forest itself seems to dull the light, stopping the light from penetrating too far from its source. And they continue on towards that light. And as they get nearer and nearer, they start to see there's something that looks incredibly beautiful in the center of that light. And as their eyes adjust to see more detail within the light, they notice a sparkling butterfly with the most delicate looking silk wings. And this butterfly seems to be frozen. It's not moving, almost like it's a statue of a butterfly, and yet it looks like a real butterfly. And the guinea pig works around that butterfly, taking a look at different angles, thinking how much it looks like an ice sculpture of a butterfly, and yet it just looks like it's alive. And then the guinea pig touches that butterfly, and it feels incredibly cold. Feels like very slightly damp ice, like ice that's just beginning to melt. And the guinea pig continues looking around, trying to figure out, this seems to be the next stop they need to make. But what does it mean? And as they look around, they notice that where they touched on that butterfly is thawing slightly faster than the rest of the butterfly. And so they light a small fire in front of the butterfly, a little way away from the butterfly, so there's just a delicate amount of heat, like the warmth of a paw touching the ice. And with that, the water gradually drips more off that butterfly. And after a long wait, the butterfly still looks incredibly silky and pure white. And it looks so fluffy in its body, but that fluff is like incredibly fine snowflakes, somehow hung together, almost like the snowflakes of its fluff are weaved together with the most delicately weaved silk wings. And as the last drop of water falls from that butterfly, so its wings begin to move, its legs begin to stretch out. It begins to move its head, its eyes, and then starts to talk to the guinea pig. And the guinea pig says that they woke this butterfly because they need the butterfly's help, and they show the map. They show where they're trying to get to, and they show that it shows they're supposed to come here to get there. And this butterfly says that their name is Blizzard, and that they're something of a wizard. They can perform magic, and that what they need from you is just to be able to carry you. So they just need you to turn around, they say to the guinea pig. And so the guinea pig turns around. And looking back over their shoulder, they see the butterfly flapping its wings and hovering above them, carefully, almost like a claw game, manoeuvring itself above them to take hold of them delicately with their legs. And then it flaps and flies up through the trees, out of the forest, and carries them towards their last location. And it's a tall mountain with a flat top that juts out of this forest, and the sides are almost sheer, and it's known as the trash can because it looks like an upside down trash can, and everyone seems to be rubbish at climbing it. And the butterfly, glowing in the sky, carries that guinea pig up around the side of that mountain, all the way to the top. It lands them on the top and says it'll wait with them because it knows that its job is to also take them back over to the other side of the mountain once they've done what they're here to do. And so the guinea pig thinks, that butterfly, and can see the ruins of a building up here. And yet there's no way of getting up here. And these ruins are so old. And the map shows this is the location to arrive at. And they head into the ruins. They start to explore the ruins. They head through an old door that no longer exists and descend some steps, following those steps deeper and deeper into this mountain until they find another door. They open that door, and as they open the door, so the room the other side of the door springs into light, and in the centre of this room they can see a pedestal, and resting on that pedestal is what looks like a board. And they pick up that board, and on the board they read in a different language that this is the yes, yes board. If you can answer yes, then you can have access to the scroll. And it says that this works by having you only give an automatic answer, not one you give thought to, but one that you just deeply understand. And it tells the guinea pig to rest a paw on either side of this board. And while resting a paw on either side of a board, a sentence forms between those paws on the board. A question for the guinea pig. And the question is, what do you see when you look into yourself? And the guinea pig thinks about it, and thinks about it some more. And as they continue thinking, they think they don't really know the answer. They only know the experience. It was like just a circular experience going on and on and on, of seeing themselves, looking at themselves, into themselves, seeing themselves. They don't know how to put it into words. And yes, lights up on the board, and they understand it's not about the words you use, it's about the understanding you have. And as they continue gazing at the board, and that question fades, almost like light dispersing like smoke. And another sentence begins to form. And as they look at that sentence forming, they see that it's asking how you fix something that isn't broken. And they think about the answer, and they don't know the answer consciously. And they try and think about whether you would know that you're broken or that something is broken if it seems fixed. They think about what can be fixed that's broken, that seems fixed. And it takes a moment. But the answer forms in their mind, but only as a concept, as an idea. And they feel a warmth within their body as the idea forms. And it's another idea they can't put into words, that they can only understand instinctively. They know they learnt this from the turtle in the turtleneck. And the other yes lights up, and then a click on the wall happens, and a stone door slides aside, and a scroll falls out of that hole onto a ledge. and they head over to that scroll. They carefully open the scroll. And as they open the scroll and begin to read the writing, they start to understand what this journey was about. And they take a nearby quill, and they can see there are other names that have been signed at the bottom of the scroll. And next to the scroll, next to that shelf, is a small little inkwell with the ink of 1,000 octopus. They dip the quill in the ink. They sign their name at the bottom of the scroll. They wait while the ink dries, watching that ink go from shiny to matte and smooth. Before rolling the scroll up again, placing that scroll back into that gap in the wall. And as they do, the stone door slides shut again. And as the stone door slides shut, so a stone door in the ceiling of this room opens, and a small hat falls to the ground. And the guinea pig picks up that small fez hat, places it on their head as their gift to be taken away, along with the knowledge of what was on that scroll. Knowledge that's only for those who've been lucky enough to make this journey and to succeed in getting to the scroll, to add their names to the list of those lucky enough to have been here. They then work their way back out of this chamber, up all those stairs, and head back out of the ruins. And that butterfly is still just resting there, waiting to give them a lift back to the other side of the mountain. And before setting off, they take a tiny camera out of their backpack, and facing away from the ruins, with just the sky to be seen, they ask the butterfly if they can just take a selfie together to remember this moment. And so they take that selfie together. Place the camera back in their backpack. The butterfly again flies above them carefully, taking them in its legs. And without asking any questions about what they found and what they saw here, begins to fly them back towards the mountain. And as they're flying, so the guinea pig, being held by the butterfly, takes some sponge cake from its backpack and just enjoys eating some of that sponge cake during its journey. And flies back over the mountain. And the butterfly lands down the other side of the mountain. On the other side of the mountain, that flying pig is just loitering in the meadow. And the guinea pig says goodbye to the butterfly. The butterfly says it's time for them to go back to where they were found. And they'll go back into stasis for the next person that finds them. And the pig flies them back to that village. And they decide to spend another night in the Honey Pot Inn. Before continuing their journey home the next day. And while they're in a room in the Honey Pot Inn, they think about the experience they've had, and they wonder what they're going to do with the map so that someone else can find it. And with that, they hear a knock at their door. And they open the door and a turtle is stood there. And the turtle says, they're going to the globe. And that they know that you have something for them to take with them. And so the guinea pig understands the situation and goes and gets that map. And hands the map to the turtle, who gives a gentle smile and says they'll place this somewhere on their journey to the globe for the next person to discover it. And the guinea pig realizes this turtle was the one who'd placed it where they first found it. They found it a few years earlier while out for a walk, and as they were walking around, they're in search of a cake, as they often are. And they're looking for a bakery to get that cake from. And they'd bought themselves a Battenberg cake. And they were sat on a hillside, enjoying that cake. And they heard a sound. And they went and headed towards that sound. And they found an unusual sight. It was a snowman, thawing, despite there being no snow. And this snowman was thawing fast. And within the ball at the top of the snowman, the ball that made up its head, something was poking out of the thawing snow. And it was a map in a small brown box. And a note encouraging them to go and explore. And they don't know why they were chosen. But they now know it was the turtle who'd left that there for them to find. And the turtle explains they've been around for hundreds of years. And it's their job to spread wisdom. They take a very slow approach to life. But taking a slow approach to life brings knowledge and wisdom. You see everything rushing past around you, and you understand things in a whole new way. And they say now they're on a trip to the globe, and that'll give them the chance to let somebody else make their own discoveries. And so the guinea pig gets a good night's sleep at the inn before heading home the next day. And the journey home's a long one. But once they make it home, they pack everything away from their backpack. They place that purple watch onto a shelf. They pack away the t-shirt, the scarf. They put the hat on display. They then brush their teeth before heading to bed. And there's nothing better than getting home to your own bed, resting down, closing your eyes, falling asleep, drifting and floating peacefully, relaxed into Slumberland. And a glass pyramid-looking spaceship is tumbling through space. And the space cats on that glass pyramid are trying to work at getting back control of the pyramid. And from their perspective, they don't feel that it's tumbling. The only thing that lets them know that that glass pyramid is tumbling, other than their instruments, is the slowly moving stars outside of the windows. Like a slightly sped up time lapse of the stars passing overhead on the night sky. and those cats work together to try and fix the problem in this pyramid spaceship. And on their journey to Mars, one of the thrusters had become faulty and locked itself on, and they managed to turn that thruster off. But the pyramid was stuck in a spin. Some of those cats are incredibly smart, and so they're working on a solution to correct the spin of the pyramid. And it takes them a while of working day and night to fix that pyramid, to stop it spinning in space. And as they're trying to fix that spinning, so the pyramid is heading off course. And while it's heading off course, they notice that it seems to be on track with an anomaly in space. And some of the cats are getting restless as it spins. And it gets closer and closer to that anomaly. And as it approaches the anomaly, so they can observe that even more, and they see that it looks like a river in space, like a river with no beginning, no end, just pulsating, almost like a ring of water, with that water pulsing from one end to the other. But as they approach, that pulsing looks to go on forever. They can't see the far end. And once they cross a certain boundary, even when they look behind them, it now looks like that pulsing river is pulsing endlessly behind them, like they're enveloped in the pulsing water, caught in time. As that pyramid spins down this river in space. And despite not seeing an end or a beginning, something about being in this space here is that it seems to create a very slight drag on the pyramid, gradually slowing its spin, helping to calm that pyramid down. And as it exits this space, the cats finally solve the issue and correct the different thrusters and have control back over the pyramid. For that pulsing river in space seemed like it was just pushing in a single direction, like the flow of the river was from where they came from through to where they've ended up. And they now find themselves facing a night sky that's unfamiliar. They don't recognize any of the patterns of stars. And their computers don't recognize any of the patterns of stars, their star maps don't seem to have these stars in their database. But the ship is always scanning, and so it scans, and it starts to map these new stars, building a new database of this location. And as they move away from that river in space, so that they can get a better view looking back on it, they see that it looks like some kind of a portal or wormhole, but that it seems that this is an exit, and they try to fly the pyramid back through this wormhole, only to find that never mind how fast they accelerate, they can't get close enough to enter this wormhole. And so they set their sights on the nearest star system. They travel in the direction of that star, not knowing what they'll find. And as they approach the star system, so they scan the different planets, and they find a planet with life. And they circle that planet, scanning in rows around the planet as they go, as they orbit the planet over and over again. And they scan terrain, and they find somewhere to land before heading down in that glass pyramid to land their ship. And they decide to land near the northernmost pole, landing in the snow, assuming that they're unlikely to be seen here. And as they land, their ship melts the snow beneath it and sinks down some distance into the snowy surface. And they send out some drones to explore the landscape before they leave the ship. And this area is far enough away from the coldest part of the poles that it begins to snow, and snow begins to settle around the ship. Almost like encasing it in its own igloo, carefully hiding it from view. And when the drones come back, saying that everything here is clear and safe and the air is breathable, the cats put on their bearskin jackets and put on face coverings and hats and mittens to protect them from the wind and the cold. And the entrance and exit to this ship is deep under the surface of the snow. So as they exit, they have to carve their way out, carving a tunnel, making sure that's safely done. As they carve that up, gradually heading to the surface. Eventually arriving at the surface and getting to have a look around, hearing the sound of that Arctic wind. Their tails flapping in the wind, having to brace themselves against it as they walk around and explore. And some of the cats bring out with them some machines to travel on, almost like two-person spacecraft that can fly in the atmosphere and outside the atmosphere. That are a bit like a motorbike with a covering around it. That's aerodynamic for when it's in the atmosphere. And the base of it is heat protected for when they re-enter the atmosphere. And they get in the craft 2 by 2. And they leave the ship. And they head to the nearest large continent, where the weather is very different. And as they all travel to that continent, so they notice how the weather changes, flying over the most incredible, deep blue-looking ocean. The starlight from this planet's sun, casting a silvery sheen across the waves of that ocean. And then in the distance, On the horizon, they can see the hump of land. They head towards that land. And as they approach, they're taken aback by how Earth-like this planet seems. There seems to be what look like large trees, Earth-like foliage, and what look like birds flying among the trees and above the treetops. And they land down in a meadow on the edge of a forest. They scan their surroundings. They catalogue what they discover. And they can hear what sounds like singing coming from just within the forest. And so they head over to the edge of that forest. The trees look like tall fir trees, rustling gently in the breeze. And the scent of those trees is a similar scent to the smell of honey, mixed with a bit of lavender. And as they gaze through the trees, they can see some bears. Well, that's what they look like. A little bit like giant pandas, only they're far more active than pandas. They're dancing around a campfire, singing, and some of the bears are banging on some drums, and some of them are banging on the trunks of some trees. And those trees seem to be hollow, and yet they don't seem to be dead. And the sound reverberates up and down the trees and out into the forest as those bear-like creatures continue dancing around a campfire, just crackling and popping. And some young bears seem to be sitting on the knees of older bears, being bounced up and down on their knees, their fur bouncing up and down with them, just slightly out of sync from them, and their ears bouncing slightly up and down. And the cats record what they can see. And they try not to get noticed, and try to just observe the life here. Their main goal is to try and figure out where here is, and whether there's a known way back to where they came from. And they head away from the tree line, scanning around in the meadow. And they pick up that it seems that there is some advanced civilization somewhere on this continent that has technology. And so they head towards that technological signature that they pick up. They try to fly low and hope not to be picked up on any kind of detection system. And their craft are only small, so they're hoping perhaps if they do get picked up, they would just interpret it as maybe a large flock of birds. And as they get near enough to see towers of buildings, so they land some distance from that city so that they can better observe. And they look through a telescope to get a better look over at the city before sending some small drones towards the city. And the drones spread out, fly around, scan the city, sending back information. And they have a little monitor set up. And they look at the monitor and they see that information coming through. And they can see on the monitor a forming map of the city. Marks identifying different beings who are within this city. The drones pick up on the language that's mainly heard within the city, and their computer begins to translate that, working out the patterns. Giving them something to work with so that they can then communicate with those who are here. And once they have enough language understood by their computer, they place that into a small pin that they attach to themselves. It transmits the information to the pin so that that information will auto-translate everything they say into the language being spoken, and everything they hear will transmit from the pin, and they'll hear it in their own language. And then they head down closer to the city, placing their vehicles in the most inconspicuous place they can find. Just a short walk from the main areas of the city. And the computers, the drones, have identified the best location for them to go. A building which seems to be linked to space travel. And so, trying to remain hidden, they head to that building. And they don't know what the reception will be of seeing them. So they, once at the building, work out who in the building they need to really be speaking to. They work out what floor that is. And then they find a discreet part of the building and climb up the outside of the building. Piercing through the glass on the floor they want to get into. Accessing that floor and sneaking around that floor until they find a room that looks like the room with the person most experienced. And they head into that room. And there's a scientist in that room who's startled by the appearance of these small, fluffy creatures. And they explain who they are, how they got there. And the scientist listens. And this scientist is short and squat and looks much like a dwarf. And they were involved in the satellite programs here. They're involved in space flight. And they don't seem particularly fazed by the sight of these creatures. And the creatures don't look particularly intimidating when they're small and cat-like. And this scientist says that 2 anomalies had appeared on their radar when they were scanning space. One anomaly they couldn't get into to explore and to work out what it was. But the other anomaly they managed to send a probe into, and it sent back a signal until it was about halfway through that portal in space. And then the signal just disappeared, and they lost contact with the probe. They now wonder whether one of those anomalies is a portal, like a wormhole, heading one direction, and the other one is a wormhole heading the other direction. Both anomalies are close enough to get to, but they're far enough apart that you can only really head to one or the other at a time. They're not alongside each other or anything like that. And so they say that they can probably offer some assistance. They can share that knowledge with your computers And so they share the knowledge with the cat's computer. And they're curious to explore this as well. And the cats ask about the space travel that these beings here have done. And they say that they've mastered quite a bit. They can now very easily and quickly explore their own solar system. They've even managed to master travel to the extent that they can warp space and time enough to travel to nearby stars. But they don't yet have anywhere near the capabilities to create wormholes or to travel to distant stars. And some scientists had theorized that there may well have been other life out there, and that these wormholes in space, as it turns out, they seem to be, may have been placed there or created by some other civilization, but they're unsure who or why. And unlike on a planet like Earth, where there's the cats and the mice and the humans as really the main intelligent species who have space travel, and they didn't all start off on Earth. On this planet, there's multiple different species who've all evolved along a similar timeline, and then they've been able to share their knowledge and grow together. And they all live in different locations, in different climates that work better for them. There's even an advanced species which lives within the oceans that had managed to develop and harness technology despite being incredibly different to all the land creatures. And they're only known as the Kraken. They're large and powerful underwater creatures whose craft are enormous and powerful and sound like a giant volcanic eruption when they leave the planet, because they have to carry them up with all the water they need to live in. And the cats take all this knowledge. They head back to their ship, ready to leave this planet. The scientist says that they'd like to gather a small group together. They've got the ability to launch into space fairly rapidly, and they'd like to keep in touch and then launch into space when they're all ready to go. and they head off, ready to set up and launch in their own spaceship. And the cats head back to that pyramid. And by now, all the checks have been done to make sure the pyramid will fly perfectly fine and not have the challenges it was having previously. And they get into position. And once the pyramid is flying, they can move around fine. But for launch, they have to sit in a chair and lock themselves in and brace themselves for liftoff. And within the pyramid, they hear that countdown start. 10, 9, 8. They hear the engines firing up. 7, 6, 5. They hear the rumble and feel that rumble vibrating through them. 4, 3, 2, 1. That rumbling intensifies and increases as the engines fire more powerfully. And at first, all they can see through the pyramid is white of the snow, and then that snow seeming to melt and flow, and then the sky as they leave the snow and accelerate faster and faster up into the sky. And they accelerate fast enough to be leaving that sound behind. Before breaching the top of the atmosphere. And everything goes silent. And the notification sounds to let them know they can now unhook themselves and move around freely. And they head towards the coordinates of the second anomaly, and at the same time as them leaving the atmosphere, the dwarf scientist on the other ship leaves the atmosphere, and they radio back and forth, communicating that they're all okay, the status is good. They're en route to the anomaly. And as they head towards that anomaly, the cats have a little time to interact, to have some downtime. And one of the cats goes and rests beneath a gigantic sunflower, reading a book about a family who live on a farm surrounded by an oak grove. Where the dad spends all his time in a workshop building gifts for children in the local community. And the mum enjoys making candles. And they lead a fairly basic life. When it gets to evening, they work by oil lamp. They choose not to use electricity. The dog can often be found lying in front of the fire, snoring away, dreaming of playing in tall grass. And after a long period of time of flying in the spaceship, a message comes through that something has been detected. A third anomaly that was so faint it couldn't be picked up until getting closer to it. And the other ship says that they also have picked up this third anomaly. And they try to work out what the anomaly is. And as they get nearer to that anomaly, so they can see a fuzzy patch of space where the stars behind it seem to shimmer, but the stars around that shimmering are static. And that anomaly seems to be moving very slowly against the backdrop of stars. But then once they get fairly close to the anomaly, unable to scan it and identify it any more than they already have, a beam of light appears around that anomaly, beginning to mark out some level of shape. And it's clear that this anomaly is another ship in space. Only this ship dwarfs the pyramid and the dwarf scientist's ship. And out of that bright light at the front of the ship, a smaller ship can be seen exiting. And then a message comes through to both the ships. That message is in a language not understood by either side. The cat's computer tries to process the language and tries to scan that small ship that just emerged from the larger ship. And it manages to gather enough knowledge to be able to make some guesses of what the message says. And the message is saying that they would like to meet with those from the other two ships who've arrived here. That they're the ones who placed those wormholes here. And they'd like a representative from each ship to come to their small ship and be taken back to the main ship. And so one of the cats and the scientist go and head to small ships. They head out to meet with that small ship from the third ship. And they manage to dock with the ship. And they all head into the ship. And they discover that there's nobody on this ship itself. It just seems to be an automated ship, like a taxi coming out to pick them up and take them back. And with their ships in tow, it heads back to the main ship, heads in through that light, which is almost blinding in how bright it is. And it docks itself within this ship, and then opens, and the atmosphere in here is breathable. And so they head into this ship, and the inside of this ship looks like they're on a planet. Overhead is blue sky. A bright area like a setting sun. A giant tree in the middle, and woodland surrounding the tree, and meadows as far as the eye can see. And as they walk through this unusual landscape on a ship, smelling the scents of flowers, hearing sounds like birds, and the sound of rustling trees, as it appears there's a very slight breeze, they see a very strong looking humanoid, incredibly muscular, and pretty scantily clad, with a sword on his back. And alongside him is an equally powerful looking dragon, walking on all fours, its wings tucked at its side, its breathing deep and heavy, sounding like it could let out a burst of fire at any moment. And this humanoid talks with a deep voice and explains who they are. And they say that they got in trouble, or that's kind of what the cats think was said, as on the translator it sounded like they said they got in tribbles. And they say to follow them as they walk towards the trees, heading towards that giant tree. And the interpretation of what it sounds like they say is that this is the mother tree and in the base of this tree, a passageway opens and they all head inside, and it closes behind them, and like a giant lift, it begins to rise up within the tree. And high up in the tree, they exit across a branch, and on the end of the branches are different consoles. And they use their technology to help syncing it with the others' technologies to better translate what they're all saying. And then everyone can understand themselves. And they say that they came from another star system, and that their star was about to go supernova and would have destroyed the planet they lived on. And they said that where they're from, there are dragons, there are people who walk around with swords, like knights out protecting others. That it's probably the kind of place that would be very alien to either of what they know of the planets they come from. That centuries earlier, the men with swords used to ride on the backs of dragons, fighting evil. And there'd be good wizards and evil wizards. There'd be dwarves under the ground. There'd be all sorts of dangerous creatures that you could encounter. And so as they had continued evolving and developing technology, there were still giant creatures to have to deal with. And their ways of handling it had worked fine. So although they developed technology, including the ability to create wormholes, they'd never seen a need to develop guns or other technology for violence. They almost saw it as chivalrous to stick with swords as they had done for generations. And they only managed to develop wormholes because they were under pressure of this approaching supernova. And they didn't know if their technology would work. And they didn't know where they could go because they needed to find a new home. And so, for a few centuries, they were building this ship, almost like an ark, to save their world. And they saved many of each creature and plant from their planet on this ship. They managed to launch it into space And now they're trying to look for somewhere where they can set up as a new world. And they found 2 star systems which had at least one habitable planet and other planets which could be terraformed. And so they created a wormhole from their world to here, and a wormhole from here to the other world, and then a wormhole back from that world to here again, so that they could check out and work out which is the best to explore and which is the best to settle on, and perhaps settling on planets in both systems and keeping those wormholes in place so that they can travel back and forth and maybe have more than one planet that they choose to live on. And as they know that the planet's full of life, full of intelligent life, and also full of life that should be respected, they don't want to set up on those planets. But they do need to communicate with the planets about setting up in their solar systems and finding a planet they can set up on. But they also didn't know how either planet would take encountering aliens from outside their own solar system. And so they are here to communicate with the planets. And after they all understand what's going on, they leave that tree. They head back to that ship that will transport them out of the main ship and take them back towards their own ships. And then they leave in their small ships back to their main ships. And they have a plan forward. That a planet will be found in the solar system and in this system, which can be terraformed and can be used for their new home. And they'll have a home in each system. But they'll introduce themselves first. And the cats and the dwarf scientist will go ahead to prepare the worlds for this encounter. And so the cats find their way back through this wormhole, now knowing that they can head back through the other wormhole to visit and learn and engage with the scientists on that planet, and the scientists from that planet can do the same. Now they know it's a wormhole. They can go and visit and explore, and maybe go and visit Earth. As the cats head back through the wormhole and make their way back into the solar system, and finally complete their journey to Mars, landing their pyramid on Mars. And the cats feel this has been such a long day, and are so pleased to be able to settle down at the end of the day, where they get to be able to relax and drift asleep into Slumberland, wondering what the future will hold with all these new discoveries. And a car is travelling along a quiet motorway at night, and there's a gentle fog wrapped around the motorway, and the overhead beams of the street light lighting the path ahead and reflecting off the car as that car continues along the motorway. And while the car travels peacefully along this motorway, a completely clear road, its headlights illuminating the road ahead, there's a gentle sound of music coming from the radio. The soft warmth coming from the heater in the car. And the driver, an old man, is just taking his grandson back home after a long day in the woods. They've been staying at the grandparents' cabin, and the old man had taken his grandson out fishing on the lake in the woods by the cabin. And the two of them were just out on that lake, bobbing gently, sound of the water lapping the underside of the boat, the oars resting just inside the boat as they bob there fishing, with the old man showing what to do, and the child really too young to understand, but watching and enjoying, just spending time with their grandparent. With the life jacket they're wearing done up really well around them, but seeming oversized compared to their body, giving the illusion that you could probably almost bounce them in the life jacket like a basketball. It was so bulbous around them. But they just sat in the boat, smiling and watching their granddad as he fished and tried to explain what to do and how to do it. and he was just telling stories. He'd go off on little tangents of telling stories about his fishing days. Saying, in my day, he'd tell stories about fish he caught on lakes, fish he caught out to sea. He'd tell stories about the calmest lakes you could ever imagine, where the water reflects almost like a mirror, where you could tilt your head and you can't tell the difference between the sky and what's above the water and the reflection, and stories about clinging onto the boat tightly as it rises up and down waves as big as a house. And the young child just smiled and seemed to just be happy to be there. But the grandad just kept on talking, enjoying sharing his tales of his youth. He would gesture the size of some of the fish that he'd caught. He would gesture small sizes of fish his friends had caught as he laughs and sniggers to himself about his memories. And the child just sat there, watching and smiling. He spoke about catching an anglerfish. He spoke about trying to pull in a swordfish. He spoke about hooking a monster from the deep in a lake, and it escaping him because the line broke. And this child had spent the entire weekend with the grandparents. And after a day of fishing, the grandad was sat at the dining room table. The grandson holding a crayon in their hand. And the grandad had drawn a fish on a bit of paper, and the grandson was trying to draw a fish too, and drew a very angular fish, making the grandad smile, and then drawing some googly looking eyes on the fish, and a mask. And the grandad showed the child down to what they said was their secret room, just down a few steps from the kitchen. They had to pull a cord to turn the light on, and the light flickered on, and the room had a stillness to it, a gentle silence. And he carried the child down into this room, and the room smelt of wood, and every step was dulled by the wood and the softness of that wood, and by the furnishings. And there was an old worn chair, and he sat down in that old worn chair, holding his grandson on his knee. And he took a notebook from beside the chair, and he spoke about how he enjoys noting down his little ideas that he has when he's fishing, when he's walking in the woods, when he's relaxing, his mind wanders. He comes up with different ideas, and he likes to come back to the cabin, sit down in this chair, and write his different ideas down. And he shows his grandson some of the ideas. And again, his grandson's really far too young to understand, but just seems to enjoy the closeness, the interaction, the tone of voice of the granddad. Even if he currently doesn't really understand what the granddad is going on about. And when it got to tea time, the grandma called them back up to the kitchen and had laid the table. And they sat down for some food. And she'd fried up a fish in the frying pan. And when serving it, she'd broken up some of the fish, almost mashed it up with some mashed potato and some peas mashed in and some other veg. And the granddad helped the grandson to eat the food by pretending that it was a train going choo-woo, guiding the spoon into the child's mouth and having a smile on their face while doing so, and opening their mouth when they want the child to open their mouth. And they enjoy the meal, enjoy their time spent with their grandson. And at the end of the meal, the granddad says that they'll wash up, and they clear the plates away, and they start the washing up as the grandmother takes the grandson through to the main living room. The fire crackling away gently in the fireplace. A safety cage around the fireplace. The warmth of the fire warming the cheeks of the grandson and the grandmother. The cat sleeping high up in the cat tree to avoid the grasp of the grandson. The cat enjoys strokes and tickles, but finds that children can be a little overbearing at times, just grabbing at you. And so when a child visits, they climb up to the highest point and take it as their cue to nap, only coming down again when the coast is clear. And as the evening continues on with the background sound of Grandad washing up, the cluttering and clanging of plates and all of the stuff being washed, the pots, the pans. It starts to gently rain outside, initially sounding like someone's throwing some small stones just gently and delicately at the cabin window. And from time to time, a flash of light would be seen at the window. And then sometime later, a distant, long drone of thunder, rumbling away. Almost like nature beyond the cabin is breathing in that rain. And gradually, the light and the rumbling get closer and closer together, and the rumbling gradually gets louder. And the cat jumps down from the tree and goes and tucks themselves up under a blanket on the sofa. And the child holds on tighter to Grandma. And the Grandma talks softly and reassuring, and shows excitement and wonder at these sounds around them. And this reassures the child. It's harder for them to think it's something scary when their grandma is treating it as something fun and exciting. And as the night carries on, so the grandma takes the grandchild up to bed, settles them down in bed, kisses them gently on the forehead and sits beside them and begins to read a book. And this bedroom has an unusual scent that the young child, being barely a couple of years old, has never experienced before. A scent that seems to be infused in their pillow, helping them to just want to drift and float asleep, helping their eyes to want to gently close. And as they softly breathe in that lavender scent, so the grandma begins to read. About Jerry the giraffe. Who used to work in a steamroller. And every page just has a sentence and a fun picture of Jerry the giraffe in their steamroller. And Jerry the giraffe enjoyed their steamroller. Jerry would steamroller everything. The page turns. And Jerry was asked, "Can you help me with this road?" And he would turn up with his steamroller and flatten it out. "Thank you, Jerry," he would be told as he looked on with a smile. And Jerry was asked, "Can you help me with this field? I want to play a game and it needs to be flat." And Jerry would happily steamroller over the grass, flattening down that field, and looking behind at the smooth, flat field as they wave on and say "Thank you, Jerry," before playing their game. And Jerry would drive around, finding anyone who needs help with a steamroller. And Jerry the giraffe was asked if he would go and help to flatten down an old haunted house. But he found that he couldn't quite get there, because being a giraffe, as he travelled down the road, his head and neck were too high to fit through a tunnel. And so Jerry had to take a long way round. And when Jerry got to the haunted house, a phantom was stood at the door. And the phantom didn't want Jerry to flatten the house, and said he's not really scary. He's a friendly phantom who just likes living in their home. But Jerry enjoyed steamrollering things. And so the phantom and the person who wanted the house flattened to get rid of the ghosts agreed that maybe they could share the house. But Jerry really wanted to steamroller something. And so they agreed. Jerry could steamroller their garden. There were lumps and bumps in the garden. They wanted to plant some plants. So Jerry went into the garden and steamrollered that garden, making it very flat. They then said, to celebrate their new garden, they wanted to have some toffee, but it was too sticky and too hard for them to flatten out. And so they put it on a large tray, and Jerry put his steamroller and rolled over that toffee, flattening it out really, really thin. And they all enjoyed some of that toffee. And Jerry had some toffee as payment. Before going home in his steamroller and feeling he'd done a good day's work, and the grandchild fell comfortably asleep. And downstairs was still the gentle sound of the grandad putting away the washing up. And now the grandad was taking the grandson home. And the grandad was in his sports car, his grandson strapped in to a child seat in the back, the grandson fast asleep. The grandad hypnotically watching the way the light bounced along the car as it drove. They carried on through this fog, along this clear road, with very, very little traffic on either side. And eventually, they turned off that main road and started heading down smaller roads, gradually weaving their way closer and closer to home. And once arriving at the grandson's home, the granddad opened the door to his lotus and stepped out, closed it behind him, went round, and reached into the back of the car and took the grandson out of the car and went up to the front door carrying his grandson in his arm, while also carrying a bag of his stuff, ringing the doorbell. And the parents answer the door, and the child is still gently sleeping. And so the granddad whispers gently, saying that he's been fine all weekend. He's had a great time, he's been fishing, he's been told stories, he's been drawing and seems to have really enjoyed himself. And the parents carefully take the grandchild, and as they take their child, they then take him up to bed, gently tuck him into bed, and the granddad stops for a brief cup of tea before making his journey home. And he begins to share his tales again, any opportunity he gets. As the parents listen, and eventually he finishes his tea and sets back off in his lotus, making his journey home. And it's a few hours drive, and while driving he has music playing gently in the car. And the heater keeping the car nice and warm, and he continues watching the light almost hypnotically passing by. And he thinks about the weekend with his grandson as he makes his journey back to that cabin, arriving back at the cabin. And as it gets later, he heads off to bed. And then the next day, he awakens and heads out. He goes down to the lake as usual. And while walking along the edge of the lake, smelling the fresh air, hearing the water of the lake lapping gently on the shore, crunching softly through the grass along the edge of this lake, sounds of the rustling trees, singing birds, a dragonfly flitting around above the lake. You can hear the distant sound of bells from the church, from the nearby village, just a short walk through the woods. You can hear the distant sound of a train passing by, perhaps just leaving that village. And he goes and sits on a seat near to the lake, where he can rest back, stretch out his legs, lower his hat on his head to shield his eyes, and enjoy the warmth of the sun on his cheeks. And he rests there for a little while. He doesn't necessarily feel that he needs to recover from having his grandchild come and stay for a weekend, but he does feel that he just needs that slight reset in his mind from being almost like a heightened version of himself while his grandson was staying. Where now he can transition into a more sedentary mode, focused on a slow pace of life, of peace and calm. Just listening to nature, the lapping of the water, thinking back to his own kids and how fast they grow up. How 1 minute they're a baby you're holding in your arms, and you're young and active. The next minute, they're arguing over every little thing. And then they're leaving home, and they're all grown up. And you're not quite as fit and active as you once were, even though in your mind you still are. And he feels that this thought is helping him to really appreciate and connect with any moments he gets with his grandson. Even if at those moments his body is saying, "Go and lie down and sleep and rest," where he listens to his mind saying, "Play, have some fun. Teach your grandchild all the wonderful things you know and have learned through your life." And with a slightly achy body, he stands up from that bench, feeling refreshed, feeling almost like he's taken that moment, that time to center himself, to separate from the person he was over the weekend to who he is for his wife now. And he heads back into the cabin, and he can smell the most beautiful scent of food his wife has been preparing. He walks over to her in the kitchen, wraps his arms around her, kisses her on the side of the cheek as he holds her tight for a moment, tells her, "I love you," before she reciprocates and then swats him away and says, "I'm trying to get the food done here." And he goes and sits down and watches her as she finishes preparing the food, as if his whole world is contained in that single moment, in that single vision. And she can notice he's gone quiet. He's inside his mind, absorbed in the moment. Before she then goes over, carrying 2 plates of food. They sit at the table, quietly enjoying their meal. And after a little while of peace and quiet, organically, just starting a conversation about nothing particularly important, just talking back and forth, smiling so calmly, enjoying each other's company, and settling down as the day goes on, resting on the comfortable chairs, having an average day, and thinking about how nice it is to have the opportunity to have so many average days like this. Thinking about how some people think a day's wasted when you don't do anything, but spending time with someone you love every single day, even when you're not doing anything specific, isn't wasted time. And as the evening sets in, so they head out onto the porch of the cabin, out to a chair that gently swings. And they sit on that chair under the warmth of the evening sun. And then that very gentle coolness that begins to set in. That encourages them to grab a throw and pull that up around them, a really nice, fluffy, heavy throw, tucking themselves up together on that swinging seat that's gently rocking them. With the encroaching coolness of the night tickling their cheeks and their nostrils as they breathe in and out, while they remain warm, snuggled up together listening to the sounds as they shift from the daytime birds and animal sounds to the sounds of the nighttime animals, birds settling down. The sounds of crickets and other sounds in the night time. As the moonlight begins to rise over the trees, casting a silvery sheen across the landscape. Catching on the damp foliage, reflecting and sparkling in the slight breeze. Seeing the stars twinkling overhead, the occasional shooting star go past. Perhaps making a wish or two before it starts to get later. They know it's time now to settle down and fall asleep, and so they get off the chair, fold up that throw, place it down on the chair, and they head back into the cabin. They have a warm, cozy drink before heading up to bed and settling down together for the night. And drifting and floating so peacefully, so relaxed asleep into Slumberland. And this bedtime story is about a woman called Cat, and she lives in an unusual land, living in a cabin on the edge of a lake, deep in a forest. And Cat gets dressed one morning, places on a lace scarf and some woolen gloves and a hat filled with flowers and some earmuffs because it's cold outside, and then heads over to the door of her cabin, puts on the most comfortable Wellington boots, and the inside of those boots is the most incredibly warm and comfortable fleece lining, and the top of those Wellington boots has the fleece elasticated so that it hugs the legs and seals the top of those boots. And she prepares herself to leave the cabin, head out into the cold. The windows are frosted, and she can see through the windows. There are long icicles hanging down from the roof. little occasional drops of water falling from those icicles. She places the most comfortable coat on, wraps herself up, almost trapping the warmth from inside the cabin next to her body, before opening the door, feeling that rush of cold air, the way it tickles her cheeks, seeing her breath escape her mouth as she walks out of the cabin and instantly starts crunching on the snow, closes that door behind her. A little bit of the snow falls from the roof as the door closes, and with a soft patting sound lands on the snow by the cabin. And she puts her hands into her pockets and begins walking away from the cabin and into the forest. And she trudges through that snow, her body feeling so warm, but breathing in that cold air, seeing her breath as she breathes out. And as she walks through this snow-covered forest, so she can see the way the sunlight dances through the trees, almost seeming to shimmer and sparkle, like thousands of stars filling the canopy as she continues walking. And along her path is a small stream, and the edges of that stream have frozen. She can hear that bubbling, trickling water and see the bubbles just under the ice along the edge of the stream. And that water seems so clear and smells so fresh. She can hear the occasional bird singing among the trees. As her feet continue to make a dull thud with each step and a slight crunch as they compact the snow, and she walks slowly and rhythmically, and really takes her time to enjoy her journey through the forest. And after a while, she begins to walk out into a clearing. She can see some sheep in this clearing, and the snow has been churned up and isn't really settled so much here as the sheep move around and dig down into that snow, revealing the grass. And there are enough sheep here that the snow has never really had the time to fully settle like it does where there isn't always something walking around. And she can see the shepherd in the field, managing those sheep, and the dog walking around the back of the sheep. As that shepherd occasionally whistles and calls out to the dog, and the dog understands the shepherd. And she walks past that clearing, heading back into the forest the other side of the clearing. And in the forest, the air doesn't seem quite so cold, because the breeze is reduced and broken up by the trees. She continues on through this forest, and as she walks, so she starts to hear the slight sound of jingling bells. And intrigued, she heads off her usual path and walks deeper into the forest, pushing past branches of the trees, some of the snow occasionally falling from those branches as she goes. And as she pushes past those trees, so she can smell those trees. She can feel the slight sponginess of the ground, of the moss under the snow. In some areas, just at the base of the trees, there's no snow, because it can never quite reach that location. And as she weaves around those trees, occasionally resting a hand on a tree, other times resting an elbow on a tree, ducking under branches, that sound of bells is gradually getting louder and louder. And then she notices that a slight ethereal fog seems to be developing around her feet. And this fog just seems to be hanging over this location. And so it isn't so much that the fog is developing around her feet, it's more that the fog was already here, and she's the one that's moving into the fog, rather than that fog moving towards her. And for a little while, the fog is just circling around her feet, like shallow water on the edge of a coastline, when the sea is incredibly calm, where the water just flows in gently and very leisurely rolls in very shallow and very slowly and rolls out. And as she continues walking, so eventually that fog is up to her knees and then gradually up to her waist. And the fog seems more dense nearer to the ground and more diffuse higher up. But it's still dense enough that once she's fully inside that fog, the trees are like shadows around her. She can tell that they're there. but they almost take on a ghostly quality, as if they're hiding within the fog. Everything turns shades of grey, with no colour, no harsh black, no solid white, just the most comfortable shades of grey. And the trees just disappear off in the distance. She can see the trees nearer to her, but only almost like pencil drawing that's been shaded in with the pencil so delicately. And so she slows down her walking even more, because although she can see that there are trees, really it's only the trunks of the trees that she's aware of. The branches are too fine until they get quite close to her, and so if she moves too fast, she encounters the branches faster than she can react. And this ethereal fog has the slightest hint of cinnamon to it, an unusual scent to this fog. And while walking through this fog, she notices a slight glowing off in the distance, and that slight bright glowing seems to be a blue colour, quite a bright blue, managing to pierce the fog. And it seems that bell sound is coming from that location. And as she walks towards that location, so the fog seems to get more dense. And she wonders if perhaps the fog is also coming from that location. And while she walks towards that bell sound and that light, she feels a deep sense of curiosity wash over her. She can feel the fog turning to the most delicate drops of water due to her skin being warmer than the air, almost tickling her cheeks as the water runs down her face, one drop at a time. And when she reaches that light, she discovers that there seems to be what look like the bones of a large creature. And she walks around those bones, and at first she thinks that it looks like the bones of a dinosaur, except that out of the back of those bones are what appear to be wings. And the bones appear to be made of glass. She can see right through them as she walks around. She looks at them from different angles and the way they distort the view beyond the bones. She walks the length of its tail, those bones curling around to the point of the tail. She walks back to the head, crouches down and looks at that head, tilts her head a little sideways to peer into the mouth of the bones of that dragon. She looks at the earth beneath the dragon. And the earth seems to be slightly scorched. And she's curious about these bones. She's curious about the idea that this was once perhaps a dragon. Maybe it was a hoax, because dragons obviously don't have glass bones. But that sound is definitely coming from this location. And so she walks around those bones, moving her head slightly, trying to work out exactly where the sound's coming from. And she finds that that sound of the bells is coming from the heart of the dragon. And she crouches down again, this time looking at the underside of the dragon, looking up at the backbone from underneath, looking up through the ribs. And she sees where the heart would likely be. What looks like a small diamond. And this specific diamond is glowing with a slight blue glow. And it's that light from that diamond which is permeating the glass bones, making those glass bones glow, which is what she could see as she walked towards it. And she takes a closer look at that blue diamond. She reaches out, and with her bare hand, she lets her fingertips touch that blue diamond. And as her fingertips touch the blue diamond, so she notices the warmth of the diamond. That it's giving off the warmth, like the warmth of somebody's body. Just a very gentle temperature, but a temperature that stands out in this cold environment. And while her fingers touch that blue diamond, so it's as if somehow she creates some kind of a psychic connection. She suddenly gets this flash in her mind of another time, of the existence of this dragon, like suddenly seeing its life from birth all the way through till now. And this dragon had lived for thousands of years, until it was time for it to move on to a different plane. And she becomes aware of this dragon's existence, how dragons are born, live, and die. She sees the heart of a volcano and dragon's eggs laid within the heart of the volcano, and how they're impervious to the heat, and they remain as eggs for longer than most beings' lifetimes, until the time is right and the volcano spits them out. And as the volcano spits those eggs out, so they shoot out, and they spread around the land. And where they lie, it's like they plant themselves in the ground, and the heat of the eggs that they've absorbed over thousands of years help them burrow into the ground, almost burning their way through the topsoil. And then underground, those eggs hatch, and it's a very, very long process. A small dragon is born, and it's born in a sleeping state. And while it sleeps, so it learns. It absorbs knowledge. The mycelial network weaves around the dragon, connecting it with the landscape, with the roots of all things. Almost like creating a fleecy cocoon around the dragon that grows with that dragon. And the dragon continues to grow larger and larger, consuming more knowledge. And each of those dragons will grow in its own location. And while they grow larger, so they sink deeper into the ground. And then when they've reached the right depth, they continue to grow larger. Only now, their body becomes warmer again, and it crystallizes the space around them. It imbues that space with their essence, and each dragon is born with its own unique heart. Some dragons have blue hearts, some purple, some red, some white, all different colours. And their heart will turn into a diamond when it's their time to move on. And that diamond is almost indestructible, but it contains all the knowledge from their life. and they grow, and they create their own unique cave. And they do all this whilst sleeping, where the dragon is almost like in a lucid dream. They're not aware that it's a dream at this point, but they do have control over their actions within it, and they learn and develop. And they live an entire lifetime with the mycelial network, communicating knowledge to them as they build out their cave. And then eventually they reach the time that it's nearly time to actually leave their cave. And as they reach that time, so they start to gain their dragon's breath. And for the first time, their body begins to breathe. And each time they breathe out, so hot air bursts from their mouth and begins to create a path to the surface. And then when it's time for them to leave their underground lair, they become consciously aware of their existence. Their eyes open and they're in darkness. But they have this deep feeling, this deep desire to work through to the surface. And so they push from their cave, pushing through that tunnel they've been building, widening the tunnel with their body as they go. Their baby scales and the mycelial network that's wrapped its blanket around them gets rubbed off by the outside of the tunnel. And a bit like a snake shedding its skin, that becomes infused with the inside of the tunnel, holding the tunnel open and reinforcing that tunnel as they push forward and slightly upward until eventually they break free through the surface and rest on the surface for a little while as their wings prepare for their first flight. And their wings preparing for their first flight are a bit like butterfly wings. The way a butterfly will have to puff up their wings and prepare their wings for that first flight after exiting their cocoon. And once ready, the dragon launches into the air. And it can take a few beats of those wings to really be used to flying. But they've experienced flight in their mind's eye, in their dreams, while deeply asleep underground. And each dragon imbued with its own colour, with its own special powers, and its own purpose, will do what it can to remain undetected, remain in the shadows, flying high above clouds, flying so silently. And occasionally they'll let out a roar to let other dragons know they're around. And it sounds like a deep crack of thunder rumbling by. That kind of thunder you get where you look around, there doesn't seem to be any lightning or any rain. There may not even seem to be any clouds, and yet you hear that deep rumble or crack of thunder. And they live their life, generally just protecting their environment, the area of the land they were born in, sometimes travelling to neighbouring land to protect that area. And they'll live this life for thousands and thousands of years. Until eventually they get a deep urge to prepare for the next generation. And then they'll call out and almost seem to shine and sparkle until they encounter another dragon who's in the same situation, and they find each other and they mate, and they mate while flying acrobatically in the sky. And then they go away to seek out the end of their time. And new eggs are laid in a volcano for a whole new generation to emerge. And the dragons head back to their home location. They rest down and they fall deeply and comfortably asleep. And as they fall deeply and comfortably asleep, so the mycelial network reclaims that dragon, leaving just the essence of the dragon behind, turning its bones to glass, infused with just the spirit of the dragon, with nothing physical. And so the glass is really just a temporary physical manifestation of that spirit, that's only there temporarily. And after a short period of time, the glass itself shatters, sprinkles, like thousands and thousands of tiny diamonds of spirit across the landscape. The heart of the dragon lands on the ground and usually just gets buried in place as the dragon's dust gets caught in the wind, gets churned up in the environment. And spreads around, spreading the spirit of the dragon back into the environment, filling that environment with the experiences of the dragon, the consciousness of that dragon, with each particle imbued with the consciousness, a bit like each bit of a hologram contains the whole hologram. And these dragons come from an otherworldly place. At the end of their life, they go back to an otherworldly place, similar to the life of an octopus, or a squid, or a cuttlefish, of living, of giving birth, and then moving on. And Cat gets a flash of all of this from handling that diamond heart. And the diamond heart is still attached in place, and she moves her hand from it. And she knows one day in the near future it'll just fall to the ground. The glass bones will shatter into thousands and thousands of dusty particles that will absorb into the ground, blow around and be absorbed back into nature. And she stands back from those glass bones. She feels a single tear run down by her nose, tickling the side of her nose as it goes. And that slight salt taste as it curls around her upper lip. And she dabs that before continuing back, now heading back to her path for the journey she was on. But now, while she walks back to her path, gradually walking out from that ethereal fog, now realizing what the ethereal fog was, she feels that the experience has somehow changed her, somehow transformed her thinking about the environment and how interconnected everything is. And the times when she's heard the sound of thunder, and yet hasn't seen any evidence of what caused it. And she finds her way back to the path, continues along that path through the forest until she finds her way to a country road that veers off from the forest and heads down into an orchard. And she walks through that orchard, and she can see a farmhouse that she's heading towards in the centre of this orchard. The smoke gently rising above the house from the chimney, and while walking, she has this sense that it almost looks like smoke signals, just little puffs of smoke. As the wispy smoke is interrupted by gentle gusts of breeze. And she walks up to that farmhouse. She knocks on the door. And a farmer answers the door with a smile. And they know what she's here for. And they let her in. She heads into the warmth of the farmhouse. And this farmhouse smells of wood. And she enjoys that sweet smell of the wood. And she gets taken to the kitchen, where the farmer fills up a basket of goods for her, different fruit and veg, different items. And they offer her a warm drink. And so she stops and enjoys that warm drink for a while. And after enjoying the warm drink, she heads back from the farm, heading home. And she walks back the way she came, back through the orchard, back into the forest, and this time just taking a direct route, following the path, not veering off to that sound in the distance. And she finds her way all the way back to her cabin. And she puts away much of the food. And has some items she leaves out. And with those items, she chops them up and prepares them and puts them into a cooking pot. And as she's cooking, so that smell of the food makes her mouth gently water. And she puts some of the food aside, saving it for another day. And some of the food she eats now and after eating that food, she settles down in front of the fire. Just take some time to relax. And as she relaxes in front of the fire, she thinks about the experience she has. Her mind is filled with a lifetime of experience of that dragon. And her mind is filled in the same way that your mind is filled with any other memories of a life. That she just knows it, and she can think about it in the same way that she thinks about any other memories at all. And she finds her mind full of those different thoughts, exploring the different experiences that that dragon had had. And as she thinks about the dragon's lifetime, she finds her eyes gazing over to some plants on the windowsill. Just something for her eyes to look at while she's lost in thought. And she notices that on the plant is a small ladybird, just walking on a leaf. And her eyes follow that ladybird for a while. And she starts to connect the idea of that ladybird walking on the leaf with the experience of the dragon. The idea of all things being connected, from something as small as that ladybird to something as big as that dragon. And while watching the ladybird, she finds her eyes feeling heavy and slowly closing. And as her eyes close, she has this sense like she's flying like the dragon. And she imagines flying like that dragon, deeper and deeper into the experience. Only she then has this image in her mind of herself after the snow has cleared, walking into the back garden and planting a single seed in the back garden. And every day going out and sitting in the garden and just enjoying being in nature, and from time to time gazing over at where that seed has been placed. And after a little while, when gazing over, seeing the seed has begun to grow. And that seed continues to grow until there's a plant that's breached the surface of the ground. And then one day she goes outside, and there wasn't just one seed and one plant. That plant seemed to have somehow filled the entire garden in a pattern. And this pattern seems to have paths, almost like an unusual interference pattern. That seems to create areas where the plants are more dense and areas where there are no plants at all. And she walks into her garden and begins to follow one of those paths and discovers that this is a maze. And she walks around this maze exploring. And she can't find her way through the maze, so each day she starts again. And after a number of days, the plants making up the maze begin to blossom, bloom, and she continues walking around that maze day after day, seeing how far she can get, trying different routes, zigzagging left and right. And then one day, having failed to find her way through the maze, day after day after day, she walks through the maze and stops for a little while. And as she stops, so she sees a small snail gradually working its way up one of the plants, and she watches that snail as it slowly works its way up the plant. She sees the trail of the snail, and she starts to get an idea. And the next day, when she heads into the maze, she brings with her a pot of pink paint. And while walking through the maze, every route she takes, she marks it with that pink paint. And it takes her quite a while. But after a few weeks, she finds the route she's not yet taken. She follows the pink paint to the point where there is no pink paint, and knows that's the route to take next, and eventually finds her way out of this maze. And as she heads out of the maze, so she finds that she's on the edge of a cliff looking out over a vast ocean. And as she looks out over that vast ocean, she can see an area of the sea turning an electric blue, shimmering, bubbling. And then sees that dragon with the blue heart burst free from the water, flying up high, and realizes that some of the earliest memories of that dragon, where it burst free from its cave, it was born as a water dragon. And it was because it was going to be a water dragon that it was imbued with a blue heart. But as they live for thousands of years. By the time it came back to rest in the land it started from, the land was no longer underwater, but it still came down to rest on the land where it began. And she has this sense of having binoculars around her neck, and gazing through those binoculars to look closer at that dragon, seeing its shimmering scales, the powerful beat of its wings, and having this sense of looking it straight in the eyes, feeling a deep connection. And then she has this sense of the dragon communicating through her mind, through this dream. Explaining how, as she has touched its heart, she's imprinted upon herself its entire lifetime. She's created a connection with it. And dragons never die. They just transform and go through different stages of existence. And its consciousness lives on in all things. And now more of it lives on within her. And then she watches the dragon as it flies away. And the next morning, she awakens, feeling lighter than she had the day before, as if something had shifted gently inside her. She seemed to move with a bit more of a bounce to her step. And the next day, the snow had started to melt. She enjoyed going for her daily walk. She could see the now broader footprints in the snow from the day before, as no more snow had fallen. She could see the environment as if through new eyes. She had this deep sense like she could almost feel the environment breathing around her, almost tingling with life. Feeling a deeper connection. And as she followed that path again this day, she didn't hear any sound, didn't see any glowing or ethereal fog. Just felt like it was a whole new day and the start of a new beginning for her and the world around her. And when she got home towards the end of the day, she went out into her garden. She looked at where she had planted that plant in her dream. And there was no plant there, but she wanted to mark the spot. And so she created a small sundial, something that would track the passage of time. When she sat in the garden, she can watch the passage of time. And she enjoyed working in her garden. And over the coming weeks, she saw the way the garden integrated the sundial with itself. The way tendrils of the different fungus wrapped around the base of the sundial, almost attaching it to the ground, like it was trying to pull it into the ground, giving it a firm foundation. And then one night, she headed to bed, considering all she'd learned, all she felt she was destined to learn. And while dreaming about when she's an old woman, trundling along with her walking stick, watching how life around her has changed and what she's gained from that connection with the world. And curious whatever happened to the dragon's heart. She drifted and floated so peacefully, so comfortably, asleep into Slumberland.